That's why that's my that Wi-Fi is connected. It's off. Escape plan for today that gives give you 50. I hope to send this okay, it's up at least one issue down. Now the problem is how to send this video to this guy.
Send you.
And the video into the system. How can I even get this thing myself?
Not I'm sure.
Or you can change it, make it shorter. Make it 30 seconds. But the guys still can get the system there, so the video we're about to play, you can get all that. So Alpha, what did you say about it? Now to just put and place, the speaker. No, games are bite you, I'm bite you. Please give me battery from beside that, give me my bag. Let's just put new battery and be on the safe side. Then if they forget that battery that day cost us about almost 10,000 naira for the battery. If they talk, they don't know where the battery is. They forget that. The first set of half of the devices first, the battery and they're not working. But you buy them here. There's only one speaker. Now speaker, they all drop out. Only that speaker. It's not hard. Where is put my phone there? Yes, let me tell you. Yeah, so 60 wahala. Let's connect back if possible. What is doing that? We are not using this system for Zoom. You can't display like this. No. The only thing we need Zoom for is for the people that will be speaking to the people. No. Look at this thing there, man.
enhancing the total well-being of the school's patients. The conversation we are having this morning is one from our public engagements and advocacy initiative. We believe in constant engagement with the general public and the school self in particular, the school self community in particular, about discussing about ourselves so that the general public can come to realize what we really want as schools. And then ourselves can be in a better position to know how best to manage ourselves. Our substance and foundation in making a difference in the life of the school. That explains our core values, support, empathy, compassion, care, and collaboration. We believe that these values are needed for us to meet our mission. The first thing we have done when we registered the foundation was the enrollment of vulnerable social warriors, the indigents, on our NHIS free enrollment scheme. We are happy that these people are doing well and enjoying classes. In the video coming up, we'll be meeting 5 amazing social warriors that are doing greatly in their field of life. They've been able to prove that yes, despite sickle cell disorder, you can still excel in whatever you determine our focus on. They've shown the society that sickle cell disorder is not just about impairment, it's not and live a fulfilled life despite all the challenges. I look forward to all of us having a conversation and it's coming out with a workable plan that will by the time we go next year, we can look back and say yes, we are making progress in our quest in improving the well-being of the citizens of Warrior Mountain. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Japhet Ezekiel Oblichi. I'm a sister warrior. I'm 33 years old. So quite surviving, actually doing well. From a family of 6, I'm Abuja based. For my background, say, to God's glory, I was able to have my education from primary to the university level, though I'm currently out of school due to complications back in Sickle cell. Notwithstanding, the fight goes on. I'm currently on crutches as a result of complications back in Sickle cell. These are my crutches. Deal with avascular necrosis, 2 ankle ulcers, knee ankylosis. So the fight hasn't been an easy fight. Knowing that you wake up every day in pain, and then you wake up knowing that you need not just one surgery but multiple surgeries to get you back on your feet. It's traumatizing to see yourself all of a sudden you were this young tall man doing well, then all of a sudden you're on crutches and all that. So it has not been an easy fight for me. I'm an encourager, a motivator, I'm a fighter, and I choose to use my story to inspire others and let them know that Sickle cell is not a death sentence. We keep fighting, we don't give up, we keep trusting God for a miracle. And pretty much I would say the pain is undefined, but I choose to rise above the limitation and make it count. I choose to overcome and be a winner at the end of it all. For me, way forward, briefly, I would say is more awareness, and then the government should pay attention to what we're saying, and we need to be proactive in what we're doing as a Sickle community. We need to come together to see how we can rid of the community of these fake foundations that come in the name of helping warriors, but at the end of it is in front to enrich themselves. They are spoiling the good work of the other functioning foundations. So we need to come together and see how we can put all this in action and make it to reality. More awareness is needed. Youth need to be aware of their genotype and before marriage.
Hello, my name is Dr. Mariam Noah. I am 45 years old and a suicide with genotype SS. I am a pharmacist by profession. I'm also a PhD holder. I'm also a medical director of pharmaceutical services at the University College Hospital in Ibadan. Living with suicide anemia is quite challenging. Although for me, the journey has been one time. As suicide women, sometimes we experience disruptions in our life due to emotional crisis, which prevent us from doing the things we earlier planned to do. And I feel bad about this, being down with pain and unable to achieve what we want to do at stated times. However, this should not stop us. Let me share my personal story. When I was 11 years old, I was losing my heroin, and this was also due to suicide design. I had to learn to adapt to the situation, how to learn in that condition, and perform well in school, despite my learning independence. I couldn't hear very well, couldn't complete was a challenge. I got the time in that secondary school, and they told me to study pharmacy. I came out, there's no exist to license. I taught a class in pharmaceuticals. I proceeded to postgraduate studies. Later on, I got married. And my finances were challenging due to semester result. I had severe crisis that made me to be admitted several times. I also lost my second pregnancy unfortunately, as the baby was still born. And all my babies were delivered by cesarean section. But I still went on to have another baby. And today I'm a mother of two children. My advice to sickle cell mothers is to have faith, keep the faith that God will see you through your hurdles. And another important thing we should know is that be mindful of our health needs. We have special health needs. Don't ignore them. Regularly eat. Well, drink enough water, see your hematologist for regular checkups. These things are very important to maintain our health. At the same time, I want to advise sickle cell warriors not to see sickle cell as an obstacle to achieving their goals in life or their dreams. You can make it in life. All it can be determined and focused on what you plan to do in life. And I wish you the best.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kalisa Njoku. I'm from United States, Nigeria. I'm a graduate of English and Modern Languages. Currently, I'm pursuing a career path as a business success strategist. I'm the fourth child in a family of five. By five, I mean I have four siblings. I'm one of the two warriors of the family. Yeah. So, my sickle cell experience, it has not been an easy journey so far. But I want to thank God for my mom. That woman is amazing. I don't see you know. And then I have amazing friends who are all very supportive of me. Alright, so chiefly I got to know that I was a sickle cell warrior in primary school and I discovered that I'm often always sick and I couldn't enter the range to play. I couldn't engage in strenuous physical activities like other kids. But then I discovered one unique thing about me, which I've certainly come to realize is same with other words that I was super intelligent. What we can't do physically, God made it up for us with our intelligence. In spite of the fact that I'm always in the hospital, I've always been amongst the best of grades in my class. Yes, even when I went from all the British studies, I was trying the best student for my first year until I graduated, and that ended with a scholarship. Yes, I'm grateful to God for that. So, chiefly amongst all of my experience as a lawyer, the one that stands out most for me was the experience I had just before I wrote my final year exams while I was preparing for my project. I was very sick to the point that my mom had to come in with me in the school just to take care of me, right? Just to take care of me and ensure that I'm fine. At this time when I was writing these exams, I was very hard to treat, running on one of my hands and I'm writing with my second hand. And my tears are dripping and falling on paper. Even the examiner would say, oh, you got right, go on it. And I would say no. But I'm grateful to God that in spite of me and I trust that I'm fine. At this time when I was writing these exams, I was very hard to treat, running on one of my hands and I'm writing. This is a really good sentence. You just need to get proper care, take your routine drugs, rest as much as possible, take the right food, the right fluids, stay hydrated at all times. Live with this, you live the most optimized life. Okay, for me, because of my experience living with sickle cell disease, I always look for opportunities to give back to the society. Currently, I volunteer for a couple of foundations.
Hello everyone, my name is Hajara Mohammed. I am from Kano State, born and raised in Kaduna State. I came from a family of 18 children, out of which I am the only person with sickle cell anemia. I studied in India and currently serving as a physiotherapist. My sickle cell journey hasn't been easy, as everywhere would attest to, and my experiences with it have been quite particular, especially being exposed to stigmatization at a very tender age by both close ones and strangers, and it is equally as painful as the physical pain. There are incidences where I have been told that I am a burden to society, coming down to being deprived of going for clinical rounds in the hospital, just because I have joined that I am infectious and I'm an intimidated patient, to even doctors telling me that they don't feel comfortable looking at me because of my eyeliner. The most recent one being almost rejected at a federal government hospital where I wanted to serve out because of sickle cell. I'm unapologetically a sickle cell warrior, and sickle cell is a part of me that makes me me. The way forward, in my opinion, is to educate and re-educate people to break stigmatization, and the government should provide and implement job slots for people with disabilities. According to the WHO classification of people with disability 2015, some hemoglobinopathies were included, including sickle cell anemia. Competing against healthy individuals is hard already. Denying us the chance to even compete is totally unfair. And to my lovely sickle cell warriors, take preventive measures to take care of yourself by taking your medications regularly, taking lots of water to keep hydrated, keeping yourselves warm, and schooling should be a must, not an option, as long as you are stable. And I would encourage everyone to learn small side businesses and skills so that you can become completely dependable on people. Thank you.
So why will not do more?
Hello, my name is Natubula Ibrahim.
But me
I
just
am
clear
22 years old.
really have
Yes,
yes,
I work in a financial institution, James Bank to be precise. Living as an SS patient is very challenging, especially with my nature of job. But alhamdulillah, so far so good. I have conditioned myself to adapt to living with sickle cell and having a stressful job hand in hand. When I was living for my first degree in Kano, my family thought they are seeing me for the
not
last
to
time.
interrupt
But
this
God
thing,
so
communication,
kind,
not this phone being inside
I finished and came back
With the
from
phone
jail
being
without
inside
any major issues. I am happily married with a
from
3-year-old
this place,
daughter.
the network is still getting there.
Sickle cell is
And
never
I
a
need the
barrier
life
to
here to
achieving
be much
anything
more
in
smooth.
life. My case is a testimony for warriors. No one will appreciate that cannot in a back right. My advice to my fellow warriors, please always take your medications religiously, pray, and see your doctor regularly. You will not have any issues hopefully. Wishing you the best. Thank you.
The link.
Sickle cell is never a barrier to achieving anything in life. My case is a testimony for warriors.
I think he has
No one will
opened
appreciate
the
that
life.
cannot in a back right.
The life and the distance they play at the same
My
time.
advice to my fellow warriors, please always take your medications religiously, pray, and see your doctor regularly. You will not have any issues hopefully. Wishing you the best. Thank you.
DJ. Okay. Can you please reduce the sound, please? All right, thank you.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us this morning. My name is Devan Hamachion Mom, and I am the co-compere for today's event. And with me, of course, is another esteemed master of ceremonies.
My name is Abdul Razak Olayode, aka Philosopher King. Thank you.
I would first of all like to offer you a very this is not intentional. We were trying to make room for others to come in, but we can see that we have quite a number of guests already seated, and this means that we're going to take off while we wait for others to join us. We're hoping that hopefully in another 10-15 minutes we should have a much fuller house. So you are all welcome and thank you for being here. I would now crave our indulgence if we could all be on our feet for the national anthem, please. So let's rise to our feet and give our respect to our beloved nation. So the national anthem, please. Thank you very much. That's all we seated. Well, we all know why we're here. It's an event to which we were invited. So if you receive the invitation card, then clearly you know why we're here. But just to further reiterate, if you are here, it means that you are somehow affiliated to warriors. Not warriors that go out and fight on the battlefield, not our warrior brothers that have been helping to defend us against insurgents in different parts of the country, but we're talking about people who, by no choice of theirs, have found themselves in a position where day-to-day living seems like actually fighting a battle. We are talking about sickle cell warriors, of which I'm proud to say I am one. I know when I say things like that, people who are perfectly healthy, in fact, I had a friend one time accuse me of being proud of sickness. I said, no, I'm not proud of sickness. I speak about sickle cell because I want other people to have a sense of hope and realize that regardless of what challenges come your way, if I could come this far, then it's a success story that could be replicated for other people as well. It's not about being proud of sickness, but I am a proud warrior too, and I'm happy to be here. And for all warriors seated, and also for the convener of today's gathering, Mr. Sickle Olaiton, and who is also the founder of Some Sickle Cell Foundation, I want to welcome all of us and all friends of warriors as well to this beautiful occasion. It is a national dialogue on better life for persons living with sickle cell disorder. And of course, we have quite a large number of esteemed guests here and others that we're still anxiously anticipating. We're hoping that they will be joining us in no distant future. I'd like to quickly call on special guests, those that will be seated at the high table here. If For those who are present or their representatives, if you're present, please make your way to the high table. If you're a representative, you are also welcome to kindly take your space at the high table once the name is mentioned. So of course, I'll be starting with the chairman of the occasion, who is His Excellency, former Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Ahmed Mohammed Makarfi, if he is present, or his representative. Is his representative present? Okay. If the representative is present, please make your way to the high table. Also, the royal father of the day. The royal father of the day. Okay. I don't think any of them or their representatives are here, so I'll ask the convener of this occasion, SOM Sickle Cell Foundation Chairman, Mr. Shehu Olaiton, to kindly make his way to the high table. Bigger round of applause, a bigger round of applause, please. Thank you. Madam Shehu Olaiton is the reason why we're gathered here today. Not only is he the founder of Some Sickle Cell Foundation, he is also the brains behind this national dialogue on better life for persons living with sickle cell disorder, himself also being a warrior. So please, let us give a bigger round of applause. Bigger round of applause. Okay, now let me quickly tell you the problem with Abuja audiences. Abuja audiences, do you know you have a bad reputation? Do you know? You don't know? Okay, let me tell you. They say that Abuja audiences clap as if they have boils in the palm of their hands. You understand? Clap now! Clap! Hey, the person that brought us here is coming to the high table. That's more like it. Thank you. He himself, at least his spirit will be glad that he didn't call the wrong crowd here. You don't know what it takes to put events like this together, all the disappointments. Thank you very much. Also, we are expecting our 5 speakers. I think they know themselves. Our lead speaker is Professor Aisha Indo Mamman. Give her a big round of applause. This is a woman of timber and caviar. She is a woman who has established herself as a woman among women in her profession. A bigger round of applause. Then again, I would like to invite Dr. Olusegun Soyombo, if he is here. Please make his way. Bigger round of applause. I'm noticing the people that are not happy. When it's time for refreshment, they'll pass you back. Then, I'd also like to call on pharmacist Zainab Ujulu Sharif. If you are here, please come to the high table. Or her representative. Okay, I don't think she's here yet. Our next speaker is Professor Nasir Sambu. He's the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority. Is he here? Okay, I don't think so. Let's move to the next person. My very good friend, in the person of Hawa Usman Sani. She is also a warrior. She is an entrepreneur. A bigger round of applause. I already told you this is my friend. Thank you very much. What other names do we have?
All right, we just have to recognize some people here too. And I think with me, I have DCC Emeka Okeke of the NSCDC. All right, he's representing the Commander General of MSCBs.
And of course, let's not forget the 3 special guests of honor. We have here Hajia Lami Adamu Lau. She is the National President, National Council for Women Societies. If she is present, she is one of our special guests of honor. Also, Dr. Osage Ehanire, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire, either him or his representative. Okay, I'll move to the next name, and this is the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talen, either herself or her representative. Okay, it would seem that none of our special guests of honor are present at the moment.
All right, we still need to invite the high table, the MP of Aliu Foundation, in person of Hajia Aishat Aliu. A round of applause for her, please. MP Aliu Foundation. All right, we also invite to the high table Alhaji Laolu Olanrewaju. Alhaji Laolu. All right. This is Alhaji Abdul Latif Okonlawo. Alhaji Abdul Latif Okonlawo. Okay. Please a round of applause.
A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. If Alhaji Ishaq Ajibola, who is the co-founder and former MD Daily Trust newspapers, is present, we would like to have his presence at the high table, please. Either himself or his representative. Yes, let's give a huge round of applause. You're welcome, sir. Also, Alhaji Abubakar Mustafa Dangi, who is the Sarkin Dawakin Nupe. If he's here or his representative, please make your way to the high table. Dr. Abdul Fattah Ade, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Benakum Family Counseling Center. If he is present, please to make his way to the high table, or his representative. Okay? I'm hoping that they'll join us as the occasion proceeds. Mr. James Ladu is the Executive Secretary, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. If he is present, or his representative, kindly make your way to the high table, please.
All right. The representative of Yakubu Gawan Center, if you are here, please make your way to the high table, please.
A bigger round of applause.
All right. And then Mrs. Bilkisu Maina Power. You are welcome. May I also ask that the following people here should just recognize their presence. If you are here, please highly recognize if you are here. The representative of Aliu Foundation also, in person of Hajia Amina Nasir Akwa. Thank you, ma'am. Again, please show your recognition as well, in person of Dr. E.J. Inagi and Al-Haji Muhammad, representing Controller General of the Nigerian Customs Service. Thank you, sir. Also, we have we have Dr. Azakich Isa, representing CMD University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. You're welcome, sir.
Okay, without further ado, I think we're already way behind schedule. So I would like us to quickly take the welcome address, which will be presented to us by Mrs. Bilkisu. Mrs. Bilkisu Mena Bawa. A round of applause, big round of applause, big round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you.
All protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of the former head of state, His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, and President of the Yakubu Gowon Center, welcome you to this great event of dialogue that will enhance the life of persons living with sickle cell challenges. It is worthy to note that every extended family in Africa has someone who is a sickle cell warrior. However, we appreciate science coming up with genetic study of cells of individuals and arriving on compatibility. In the time past, most fatality in families, particularly in children, were ignorantly attributed to evil spirits, whereas it was genotype incompatibility. Therefore, this event is a new thinking in a new dimension to expand public awareness through all stakeholders' approach that will ameliorate the various challenges from premarital relationship management to making life better for sickle cell warriors. The event is also expected to come out with best lifestyles for persons with sickle cell genotype in avoiding disorder in the sickle cell arrangement. It is for this purpose that some Sickle Cell Foundation and the Yakubu Gowon Center decided to organize this national dialogue, and we hope that this will become an annual event. To this, we need support from everyone, as we are all stakeholders, both individuals and organizations. Now, let me say something briefly about the Yakubu Gowon Center. The Yakubu Gowon Center was founded by the former head of state, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, in 1992 as a non-profit organization with the aim of promoting good governance and controlling infectious diseases such as HIV/AIDS, guinea worm, and malaria in the country. Also hepatitis. The center is non-partisan and promotes unity of Nigeria and international cooperation, and has its core value built on the following. 1. Consolidate and make easily available existing and often inaccessible rights and civil society information. provide a platform for community-based organizations, like CBOs, and other grassroots agencies to build partnerships and strengthen networks. Develop collaboratively a unified resource belonging to both donors and civil society groups. Fill the gap in existing information resources by creating new content. Encourage transparency, accountability, and the elimination of resource misallocation amongst donors and civil society. Make lasting contribution to the society development and efficiency of civil society in Nigeria. Finally, we in Yakubu One Center pray for successful dialogue that will bring improvement on the lives of persons living with sickle cell disorder. Thank you, as my boss will say. God bless you all.
A bigger round of applause. A bigger round of applause. Remember what I said though about that refreshment. Thank you very much, madam.
All right, before the next item on the agenda, I would like to ask for forgiveness for not calling some people to the high table, and especially the uniform men in our midst. I really don't want to sleep in the garden, please. So I will invite to the high table Dr. E.J. Inaji and Alhaji Mohammed, both of them representing the Control General of Nigerian Custom. Please come to the high table, please. Also, I will also invite to the high table Air Commander DJ Akbar, representing the Chief of Air Staff. And also I will invite to the high table Dr. Azaki Isa Azakaya Isa, representing CMD, University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. You are all welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for gracing this esteemed occasion. Well, as you can see, for those of you who have the agenda or the program of the you will notice that we will have to skip the speech by the chairman of the occasion as he is unavoidably absent and there's no representative here either. So, we'll go straight to the address by the chairman, Son Sickle Cell Foundation, Malam Shehu Olaiton Ahmed. Please, let's give him a big round of applause. A much bigger round of applause, please. A much bigger round of applause. He's the reason why we're here this morning. Thank you.
Or solve the making up of this event is a lifelong making a difference in the lives of other citizens. The first realization of this was the direction of my title, I'm a survivor. Story of my child for sickle cell case. Coincidentally, the book was launched in this hall about a year ago. In my speech at the launching, I enumerated on what I intended to do with the community. Today, I can look back at the launching and thank God Almighty those dreams are gradually being realized. I promised my audience then that part of the proceeds of my book launch will be going into the various projects that I had in mind for fellow sickle cell warriors. The first fulfillment of that dream, of that promise, was the funding of some Sickle Cell Foundation and the formal registration with the Corporate Affairs Commission. Then we embarked on our flagship program, which is the enrollment of 100 indigent sickle cell warriors on the NHIS. Talking of making a difference. One may wonder, and rightly so, that what difference can the enrollment of just 100 indigent warriors make in the lives of a community of over 5 million people? I believe strongly that the difference we are making can be more appreciated if we learn from the Starfish story. I want to say, what is the Starfish story about? The story goes thus. One day, an old man was walking along a beach that was littered with thousands of starfish that had been washed ashore by the high tide. As he walked, he came upon a young boy who was eagerly throwing the starfish back into the ocean one by one. Puzzled, the man looked at the boy and asked what he was doing. Without looking up from his task, the boy said, "I have saving this starfish, sir." The old man chuckled. "Son, there are thousands of starfish and only one. What difference can you make?" The boy picked the starfish gently, tossed it into the water, said, "It made a difference in that one." So the same way, we are making a difference in the life of these 100 people. As our main mission enhancing the total well-being of the sickle cell patients. You will agree with me that ensuring total well-being goes beyond associated with sickle cell disorder, but will include our emotional, financial, and social well-being. The foundation is supposed to make a positive difference in all lives of sickle cell warriors. The dialogue we are having today is part of our public engagement and advocacy objectives of the foundation to bring all stakeholders to bring how we address the menace of sickle cell disorder in our society. The selection of speakers at this event indicated in addressing this issue. And talking about our speakers, you can see the array of speakers that we have. We have Professor Ibu Aisha Ibu, the first female hematologist and first female professor of hematology and transfusion medicine. I did not talk much about Prof until we hear her speak. And leading our discussions, we have a leading consultant psychiatrist in the person of Dr. Olusegun Soyombo, National Hospital. These are people that in their career have made giant strides. Again, we'll be having pharmacist Zainab Ojojo Sharif as part of our discussions. She's one person most of us know, and we will be meeting her later in the day. And of course, because of our relationship with the NHIA, we have to bring in the DG because of our relationship with them and because of what the role the NHIS play in our health care in Nigeria today. And lastly, there's one very special person that we have as our speakers, our discussants. I fondly call her my Abuwa. She called me Eko. And that is she's an example of what we can refer to as a winner, not only a warrior. Awa is a mother, she's a wife, she's an entrepreneur, and she has an MBA from the Labour University. So she's not a people. And this is what we warriors are made of. We'll be hearing our talking about our own experience as a successful warrior. So seeing all these people, and of course, deliberately, we invited other stakeholders. Here you're having people from the security background. Some of them are here as early as 8, showing that how serious they are. Of course, we invited the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Women Affairs, and the Ministry of Women Society. As of yesterday night, all these people gave us their commitment that they are coming. Yesterday night, I still sent text with His Excellency, former governor of Kaduna State, and was even asking for the detailed address because of the person he is sending. We hope that all these people will join us before the end of the day. But this goes to show how we are taking this matter seriously, bringing all people concerned. Look, this is an issue we need to talk about. Hopefully, we will be talking about it. Now, apart from the rich discourse we will be having today, the foundation will be giving out a copy of my book to all members of the audience of this event. Some selected guests will have a book of an Amazon, the person of Maria Belawa. She's a PhD holder. Watch out of this video. And despite the challenge of sickle cell disorder, she had hearing, despite that she has actually purpose. So we should to show how we are really doing it as a society. For warriors, we have usual routine drugs added to their special package. This we believe will make a little difference in their budget. Our future plans. In the nearest future, the plan of the foundation is to increase the numbers of our NHIS enrollees from the present 100 to 400 enrollees within the next 5 years. Future plans to start with Know Your Genotype Drive. This will involve conducting free genotype testing for a minimum of 100 people every year. The target for this group are senior secondary and tertiary institution students. Financial stability plays an important role in ensuring the well-being of the sickle cell warriors. The foundation plans to have entrepreneurship and soft skill training program for warriors and caregivers where feasible, so that warriors can be self-employed to generate income for their well-being. The training we believe will make warriors more employable in the labor market. Number 4, the foundation hopes to replicate this engagement event in other locations of the country in our next year activity. Ultimately, we plan to have a sickle cell hub where warriors can have access to psychologists and counselors to discuss their worries and fears, knowing fully well that most of us at one time or the other had battled depression and other psychological needs. The hub, when fully functional, will have facilities for business training and development. This is to make warriors to be independent economically. It will facilitate interaction among warriors, specialist health practitioners, and caregivers when fully functional. The unique proposition about the center is that it is going to be managed and run by warriors from end to end. This will thus, in its own little way, provide job opportunities for warriors. It is planned to be a one-stop hub for warriors to interact, share their stories and experiences. Funding. You will agree with me that
points of funding before it ends. I don't know, did you people plan it? You like it, so that if you don't get to hear about funding, at least nobody will ask you to be it. So we're still going to have that talk about
Welcome back. Funding. You will agree with me that all the plans enunciated above can only be realized if we have sufficient funding from sponsors. Presently, the fund we have for our free NHI scheme can only last us to 2024 without new funds coming in. I am therefore using this medium to appeal to public-spirited individuals, corporate bodies and philanthropists to please key into any of our activities and pick any or all of them for sponsorship. At Some Sickle Cell Foundation, one of our core values is collaboration. We are open to collaborating with other like minds in the achievement of our set objectives and any activity that will ameliorate the pain of the sickle cell warriors. I want to especially thank all our speakers for honoring our call to give back to the society through their participation in this social service, and all our invited guests and donors and intending donors for believing in us. I thank you for listening while we all look forward to a robust discussion in this dialogue. Thank you.
All right, a round of applause once again, please, for that beautiful speech. And if you really listen to him, there are a lot of programs laid down for this foundation, and I believe they will have a lot of sponsors as well. All right, immediately he just finished his speech, we also want to announce the arrival of one of our royal fathers here seated in person of His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Usman Ingan Gobe. All right, you are welcome. Please a round of applause for him as we move to the high table, please. Please a round of applause once again for him.
Okay, luckily enough, we have more of our esteemed guests. We have more of our esteemed guests pouring in. I'd like to also invite to the high table Alhaji Abubakar Mustafa Dengi. He is the Sarkin Dawakin Nupe. Or his representative to please come to the high table. Okay, you know, at events like this, the last is not always the least. Please do not be particularly concerned about the order in which names are being called. Everybody here is an esteemed guest, and we are very, very pleased to have you in our midst. I would like to also recognize the presence of the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Nature News in the person of Mr. Aliu Akoshlin. And we're inviting him to the high table also. Please, kindly join us at the high table. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know too well, we started behind schedule, but I think we're making good progress. So it is time for us to start hearing from our esteemed guest speakers. Now, our lead speaker is a woman who has already established herself, not just in her field of endeavor, but also in her geopolitical zone. She is our lead speaker. But before telling you a little bit more about her and giving you her citation, I would like to welcome pharmacist Zainab Ujudu Sharif, who just joined us. Thank you very much for coming, madam. Please, a round of applause. Round of applause for her. We have a space for you at the high table, madam, if you care to join us. So please kindly join us at the high table. She is actually one of our panelists too. Round of applause, please. Round of applause. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. So again, I'll talk about our lead speaker. Like I said, she's a woman who is highly accomplished in her field of endeavor. I'm referring to Professor Aisha Indo Maman. She is described as a pace setter. She is the first female consultant hematologist, as well as the first female professor of hematology and blood transfusion in northern Nigeria. Yes. She has a degree in medicine and surgery from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Professor Aisha Indomaman has supervised several postgraduate students at master's, PhD, and medical fellowship levels, some of whom are now professors. She wants to be known as a provincial child who grew into a global citizen with a 3-point educational agenda, which includes learning about God and how to worship Him, obtaining functional education that would guarantee freedom from slavery and repression, and to have as many skills as possible for sustainable economic security. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Professor Aisha Indo Mama. A big round of applause. She is our lead speaker for this wonderful event.
She went for my jugular.
all sense of humility, permit me to send my special greetings to all those who are on the high table. His Royal Highness, sir, the Sickle of Abuja, distinguished officers and gentlemen of various arms of the military and security forces, the convener, Malam Shehu Olaiton Mohammed, Hajia Hawasai, my role model from the stars. I have always read about her. She was that guiding star I had in the horizon. From the time I was a very young teenager, I read her husband's column, Ujudu Sharif, and permit me to describe them. They were stars. I looked up to them. From the days of Sunday New Nigeria, The Citizen, and most recently, Daily Trust. And for Hajia, it was the Nature's Herbal column. Both husband and wife had a way of molding my thoughts. And I kept looking forward to the day I would meet them. Unfortunately, I never met her husband, but what a life had. Today I'm privileged that the star has come to my level. Hajia Dr. Zainab Ujudu Sharif. I'm really blessed to have met you today. Dr. Hezekiah Isa Albarka is one of the many Albarkas in my life.
The one that his life should be.
He gave me the real opportunity to train him. He did his research in sickle cell and kidney functions in sickle cell. He is on the high table today with me. I'm really blessed. But most importantly, I am blessed because everybody who is here is the reason for which I make a living. Sickle cell disease. I don't want to see sickle cell as a disease. Yes, it's a condition that gives us a reason to be alarmed. But it is God's own choice of telling us who He is and the various means by which Allah the Almighty has created us. We have different ways in which Allah has created us. Amongst us there are albinos. So also we have sickle cell. But sickle cell is not the worst of blood diseases. We have thalassemia. It's not very common in this part, but it does exist. And it's more severe, more tasking to the brain and to the body than sickle cell. And whatever it is, health will forever remain well. Now, humbly accept my greetings. And I am privileged to begin this today by imagining the thoughts of someone with sickle cell. The sun starts my day. The pain mars my day. It hacks on my bones. Muscles twitch with pain. Sunny blaze pinds me in pain. Cough, fever, and Montezuma's revenge become the croaker, that I may not pine to the pearly gates. Pack me from malaria and the germs. Give me healthy meals, water, vaccines, and medicines. Show me empathy that you support me in learning, skills, and earning. Then my day is made despite the pain. Sickle cell connects us all. If you do not have sickle cell disease, you know someone who has it. If your brother doesn't have it, a cousin has it. Your neighbor may have it. The brother of your friend may have it. The aunt of your friend may have it, or the friend of your cousin. So let's go on back and forth. It connects us all. And sickle cell disease, like I said, is a variant from which Allah has made us. We all know hemoglobin, isn't it? That's the red color that blood gets. Most hemoglobin A, which nearly more than 90% of the society has. We have hemoglobin S. And we have hemoglobin C. There is hemoglobin F. At birth, every child has hemoglobin F because it comes from the fetal stage until the child is about 6 months. Thereafter, hemoglobin F will get out of the C, and then adult hemoglobin will come in. And when adult hemoglobin comes in, it's either hemoglobin A or hemoglobin S in our case here. But there are other variants, like I said, there is C. Some forms of hemoglobin are even named after the towns in which we have found them. We have hemoglobin D Ibadan, D Punjab, or Arab. There is even hemoglobin C Christiansburg, which is a variant which is found in parts of Ghana. But when hemoglobin S is inherited by an individual from both parents, it takes 2 parents to inherit hemoglobin S. That is what we call sickle cell anemia. Now, sickle cell disease means that individual has inherited hemoglobin S from one parent, and then another hemoglobin variant from the other parent. So you will have combinations like SC, S beta thalassemia. In parts of northern India, there is SD. In parts of the United States, there is SG Philadelphia. But when you have hemoglobin S coming from mommy, hemoglobin S coming from daddy, that's sickle cell anemia. Most Nigerians with sickle cell disease actually have sickle cell anemia because they have inherited hemoglobin S from both parents. And usually sickle cell anemia tends to be the most severe form. SC is a lot milder. There are some parts of Nigeria where sickle cell hemoglobin SC, that's sickle hemoglobin C disease, exists. It's a milder disease, but they also have the same complications, like hemoglobin, like sickle cell anemia. And because of the recession, remember I told you, hemoglobin F recedes around 6 months. That is when mothers now will notice, all of a sudden, the child is crying and having this soul-splitting weep because of his fingers are swollen, the toes are swollen, and naturally there's a fever. That's usually the alarming sign of the onset of a life with sickle cell disease. So what I'm trying to say essentially is that sickle cell disease does not manifest until the 6th month of life. And this manifestation is as a result of the fact that hemoglobin S, when oxygen is reduced for whatever reason in an environment, hemoglobin that should be in the solution will now start forming clips. And these tiny, tiny microscopic clips block blood vessels. And since the function of hemoglobin is to deliver oxygen, with the blockade, it means oxygen will not be delivered, it means nutrients will not be delivered. So these starving cells will send an alarm, which is in the form of pain and swelling to the individual. So there is pain, there is swelling because there is a blockade to oxygen supply. And this blockade can affect any part of the body, more commonly the bones. When it affects the skin repeatedly, the person's immune system becomes weak, so it's susceptible to infections like malaria, like cough, occasionally typhoid fever. And the blockade does not stop. That's not the only problem. Sickle cell, the hemoglobin S containing red cells, that means red cells that carry hemoglobin S, have a short lifespan. We are told in school that red cells live for 120 days. But in sickle cell, the lifespan of their red cell is less than 20 days. So the bone marrow is constantly engaged to compensate for the short lifespan of these red cells. And since the bone marrow has not, in most cases, meet the demand for red cells, you will see that the people have what we all call shortage of blood, anemia. So they have this power, they're weak, naturally you need oxygen, but here you have, there's an oxygen deficit. So we have blockade of blood vessels, pain, and now there is weakness due to reduced oxygen carrying capacity of the blood. And coupled with that, there is also increased susceptibility to infection. These 4 reasons are the reason why most individuals with sickle cell disease are prone to frequent illnesses. And each time they have a crisis, they live normal lives. When there is no crisis, a sickle cell person is like you and I. They can carry out activities, they will ride bicycles, they will walk, but their ability to withstand any form of stress is limited. If you can do 2 kilometers, then you probably be able to do 1 kilometer, after which they are tired. And when they have this crisis, no 2 crisis events are the same. He will tell you that no 2 crisis events are the same. And then when you have 2 simple individuals, the severity of the illnesses is not identical, even if they are identical twins. We have seen simple patients who are twins, identical twins in everything, but the differentiating factor is their sickle cell pattern. One may have a mild illness, and another one will have a very severe illness. So the same thing applies to their children of the same family. So because of this very presentation, I told you most people will appear with sickle cell from the 6th month, isn't it? From early childhood. But like our author, the first time he had sickle cell was around the age of 10, nearly 11, on his way to secondary school. So, to use his words in Yoruba, he said, "Atitu laye," meaning life is a mystery. For me, I found sickle cell near Atitu. Sickle cell disease is the mystery. Because you do not know what type of crisis it's going to have, you cannot predict the severity, and you cannot compare the severity of the disease in 2 people. But whichever one that comes, you know you have a challenge to assist the person back to health. And for this reason, most sickle cell patients want to remain healthy. They want to be seen as healthy. They don't want to be treated as, you know your condition, don't come with us. That for them is discouraged, and they don't get encouraged. You support them until where their strength limits them, then you stop. And you also must support them until they can be plowed back to health. But please, the last statement they want is, share you know your body, share you know your health. It's not a good statement, it's not encouraging. We also do not encourage those statements. And for this reason, since they know they will go into crisis, most sickle individuals are extremely intelligent people. They also can recognize conditions that trigger this crisis. Sometimes sudden changes in weather conditions can trigger the crisis. And when these triggers come, they will be the ones to tell you that tomorrow rain is going to fall, or tomorrow is going to be very hot. All because the atmospheric changes are reflected on their bodies. Our Igbo cousins think there is something spiritual to it. Even the Yorubas think there is something spiritual. And they call them Adiku. All because they can predict certain things that are beyond human comprehension. It's not spiritual. It's simple science and intuition. And because they are constantly ill, or they have not constantly, they have high tendency of falling ill. Naturally, mortality is also an issue, it's a challenge. A lot of them die before their parents. So in Hausa, we call them a couple. That is a child who is destined to precede his parents in death. That's their people. And if a mother remains in that kind of a marriage where, or the father, as long as they're together, they are likely going to have many more children. And which was why Wole can describe them as, I am a people coming for the first and repeated time. She's had one And it's all linked to the limited education we have. The Igbos call them Obanje, which means children who flow with the tide. They came in not too long after they will go, just like water flows out of your life. And for as long as they're with us, we have to look after them. So when you tell them, oh, you know your life, the tendency is when they have a crisis, they withdraw. In today's world, their withdrawal also means self-medication. So when a sickle patient, an individual with sickle cell, withdraws, please, that is an alarm. Check out what he is doing in self-medication. That's when they want to give themselves analgesics without prescription, and giving self-medication to all intents and purposes is dangerous. And in their withdrawal, there will be depression. Like I said, they're very intelligent and hardworking. The tendency is, if I do not meet up to my standards, I cannot predict what tomorrow will be. So before exams, they are the ones who read well ahead of exams. They prepare very hard for exams. They try to meet their tasks in meeting deadlines. Unfortunately, on the D-Day, when it matters the most, when they should showcase their skills and their talents, the accumulated stress over the previous months and weeks will just hit us the day of success, and they fall into crisis. You are disappointed and you are angry, but please learn to understand their plight. It's not their doing that these challenges face them. And so for this reason, we all have to learn to support them in recognizing how not to get them to the point of breakdown each time they have this crisis. Clinical features of sickle cell, apart from bone pain, could mean yellow eyes, showering people in Hausa, anyoji, anyoba, red eyes, anyododo, yellow eyes. This is in Igbo. So when they have these, it's a sign that they're breaking their red cells, and these red cells could mean that when you see the yellow eyes becoming more intense than previously, it could mean that in the not too distant future they may need blood. So it's a sign for us to constantly examine the white parts of the eyes. You don't have to go close. Men looking at them say, today your eyes are more intense. Are you sure we're not going to slow down? It's a better way of asking them than saying, share you know your body. And fever of any form should be taken seriously in the individual with sickle cell. We should also encourage them to drink water liberally. They should drink water liberally, even when they are not thirsty, because the pain makes them to sweat. And we live in a part of the world where the high temperature can make people sweat a lot. So each time they sweat, the blood becomes thicker, and the flow of blood becomes slow. So there will be blockade of these tiny vessels. So when they have, on a very hot day, they could have a crisis the following day. So to prevent this, encourage sickle friends and relatives to please drink water excessively. And when there are exciting events, maybe a party, maybe a physical engagement, please, let's also slow them down. Those of us who are Yoruba speaking, we are very aware of the sickle cell girl who went to dance. Can we remember the song? The sickle girl who went to dance. Ijo ti mojo lano. Baba o gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́. Ìyá o gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́. Gbogbo ara ní romi. Yonke. So you see, she went to dance. It happens in real life. It happens. The sickle cell individual wants to jive, like his brother or his friend. So he goes to a party, he dances, But in the course of dancing, you are sweating. And he gets exhausted, or she gets exhausted, and the following day she's here in crisis. Menstrual pain, which is something you and I take for granted, can trigger bone pains, life-threatening bone pains. And because of this blockade in the very young, sometimes even in the old, this blockade can occur in the brain, causing strokes. So when you find a sickle cell patient having a stroke, it may not necessarily be hypertension. It may just be a manifestation of the sickle cell disease. So what I'm trying to tell us essentially is that sickle cell phenomena, the blockade of blood vessels, the breakdown of blood vessels, and the anemia and the yellow eyes we see can affect any part of the body. And we should not see them as malingerers. They need to be seen as malingerers, which is why they work extra hard. If you are in a team with them, they are more likely to deliver on their performance indicators than the rest of us who claim to be healthy. Because they do not want to be labeled as sick or as malingerers. So complications that can commonly occur in sickle cell, you have, like I said, strokes. Blockage to the blood vessels of the skin can cause leg ulcers. And the same blockade can cause damage to the bones with secondary bone infection, which is osteomyelitis. And sometimes when the blockade affects the hip joints, they can damage the upper part of the hip, the thigh bone, which is the neck of the femur, causing them to limp. Illness in, illness out, there is loss of productivity. It doesn't matter whether they don't go to school or their relatives do not go to school, because each time a sickle person is challenged with ill health, a relative gets affected. This relative initially is a parent. As they grow older, friends, especially in the university, when they reach maturity and are married, spouses take over. When they grow old, their children and grandchildren. Not too long ago, we lost a sickle cell patient early in October. No, early this month. She was 69. She having had 4 children, of which 2 were sickle pain children. But one of her sickle children had 3 deliveries. 2 survived her. That means she died before her mother. So the grandchildren this lady had were the ones bringing her to hospital. She lived long enough to have all the complications that life would give a non-sickle patient. So what am I trying to say? Given the chance, given the opportunity, given the care, they can live to a ripe old age. Yes, man is mortal. But far more important, we should not make a talking drum out of the mortality of the individual with sickle cell. Because here we are as adults, some of our non-sickle relatives have died before us. So why should we all, yes, it's good to remember our mortality, but we should also learn to support the individual with sickle cell to have a meaningful life. It's not about how many days there are, but it's about how well impactful have you made out of your days. Can sickle cell disease be treated? Each time there is a crisis, yes. And because we have now discovered that it's about a lifelong disease that is inheritable. So most times, treatment is looked at in 2 dimensions. The treatment that is to preserve health. If the person is well, let him remain well. And these treatment modalities include anti-malaria. Remember I said they are susceptible to malaria. Encouraging them to drink water liberally, even if there is no test, drink water. Folic acid, remember the blood cells are constantly breaking down. So the bone marrow is overworked. You need to give the bone marrow the requisite spare parts to produce new red cells. that are effective and functional. So you need to give them folic acid. Sometimes some people go as much as giving them vitamin C, vitamin B complex. As for iron, please do not take iron tablets or iron tonic unless with your doctor's prescription. The reason is iron tablets are not required by individuals with sickle cell, except there is an obvious need. Maybe the person's food supply of iron is not adequate, or maybe the person is pregnant or is breastfeeding. If the individual with sickle cell disease is breastfeeding or pregnant, she needs iron, not just for herself, but for the baby. Unborn in pregnancy, and then for the baby she's breastfeeding. At that point, there's an increased demand for iron. Otherwise, do not give iron, do not take iron without a doctor's prescription, please. So these are the methods, or these are the engagements to keep healthy. Protect yourselves from malaria, live a positively impactful life, have a positive engagement in life, naturally get an education, acquire skills as much as your physical strength can tolerate. Then, when there is a crisis, the treatment of the crisis very much depends on the caregiver's judgment. The caregiver will at that time carry out a full physical examination and determine how well that person does, what treatment it deserves. Sometimes it may just be simple IV fluid, sometimes it may just be water, or a drip with some analgesics. At that point, when there is a crisis, please contact your health people. If you're lucky you have a hematologist, that's okay. But do not attempt to self-medicate. And in the course of self-medication, analgesic dependence is one big complication that's common with sickle cell patients. They become addicted to painkillers, all because every day of their lives, these individuals endure pain. Never a day comes and goes without the individual with sickle cell having pain. He may not tell you, because the sickle individual has perceived the impatience the rest of us have. So they would rather bear it all. In fact, you hear mothers in the early days screaming at them, "You mean you cannot tolerate that pain? Why is it that you take so much noise? You must learn to," you know? And that is enough to make the child withdraw, or that individual withdraw, if he's an adult. And he sees it as stigmatization or discrimination. So please, we must be willing to support our relatives and friends with sickle cell disease. Investigations they may carry out. Today, science has made it easy. You can actually make a diagnosis of sickle cell before the child is born. And to be forewarned is to be forearmed. The diagnosis of sickle cell can be made from the 6th month of pregnancy. Yes. So from the 6th month, even before the child, the unborn baby, the first trimester is completed. You already know whether the baby is going to have sickle cell or not. And then you will now make your plans and make your choices. All they need to do is using the appropriate technology. Please ensure you go to a facility where this is done properly. It can be life-threatening, but in the hands of an expert, prenatal diagnosis of sickle cell is safe. So before pregnancy is completed, you will know whether you know the genotype of the baby before it is born. Then, if you cannot have prenatal diagnosis, there is also a facility for neonatal diagnosis. I think FMC Kefi is doing it. Dr. Isa, FMC Kefi is doing neonatal diagnosis. Okay. Here in Abuja, the closest facility for neonatal diagnosis of sickle cell is Federal Medical Center Kefi. And many more centers are planning to come on board for neonatal diagnosis. Then, other month of life, where hemoglobin electrophoresis is done. In this case, the sample of the blood is subjected to an electrical field, and then the various hemoglobins will tease themselves out and will determine whether the person has hemoglobin S or not. That is currently what is available nationwide. In fact, even in some village clinics, they have electrophoresis containers where they can do the electrophoresis as early as 6 months of life, so that you know whether the child has sickle cell or not. So once the diagnosis is made, it means one is in the right frame of mind to engage the child positively. If adequate care and support is provided, the individual with sickle cell lives a very normal and engaging life. We've seen them go through university. Some people have them as lecturers in ABU. In my days as a sickle doctor, there are young lecturers, now they are no longer young, we're talking about professors in the Navy, who started with me in 1990 as primary school children. But today they are professors. In fact, one of them just came back from Mount Sinai University. He went to study how to think of, he's no longer studying. He joined other scientists in determining how we can delay that switch from hemoglobin F to hemoglobin S, so that children who have sickle cell will not lose their ability to produce hemoglobin F. Once hemoglobin F is adequate, the child will not have sickle crisis. So even if they come, they are very few and they are mild. So he is actually a member of that team. He's a big, powerful global team. And he's a Nigerian, born in Zaria, went to ABU's house, went to ABU demonstrations. He's a lecturer in ABU, and he's a sickle warrior. Amazing brain. Amazing brain. He has a PhD in biochemistry. So in treatment, I said water, I said folic acid, I said malaria prevention. When there is an illness, the healthcare giver will make his judgment. Then there are other drugs that are being brought into the market to improve the quality of life of the individual with sickle cell. We have hydroxyurea. This drug was initially meant for a form of blood cancer. But what has happened today is that it also stimulates the bone marrow to produce hemoglobin F containing cells. So if F, like I told you, hemoglobin F prevents crisis, isn't it? So a lot of doctors consider it as, why would we give it to sickle cell individuals? You discuss with them, and then you engage them. If they give consent, naturally they have to give consent in writing that they have agreed to use this drug for treating their sickle cell. You don't just give it to them like you give paracetamol. You must seek their opinion, and they will give you their agreement in writing that they have given you permission to prescribe hydroxyurea. It significantly reduces the severity of crisis. It significantly reduces the frequency. If the person was having 6 or 7 crises per year, it comes down to maybe 1. And transfusion to command also reduces. Because sickle individuals rarely pass through a whole year without taking at least 1 unit of blood from somebody. So that in itself can be stressful. And the demand for blood increases when they have to have surgery. Remember, they will have surgery for their bone complications. They will have surgery for treating their leg ulcers, because sometimes we may need to take a part of the skin from another part of the body and then plaster it over the skin ulcer to cover it and encourage healing. But this can only be successful if blood is available. Blood can also be required when there is a stroke, because each time there is a stroke, it means hemoglobin S cells are many. So you want to remove some of those hemoglobin S cells and give him hemoglobin AA. So in this effort, the demand for blood increases. So, but when they are on hydroxyurea, a lot of these complications are reduced. But persons with hydroxyuria are usually advised not to get pregnant. The men will be advised to stop taking hydroxyuria at least 3 months before the anticipated date of conception. The same thing applies to the woman. And if the woman becomes pregnant, no hydroxyuria until after her baby has been weaned. That's after birth, and then the baby has been weaned, because this is a drug that is potentially dangerous. So at that point, once pregnancy and conception is considered, we suspend hydroxyuria. But by and large, hydroxyuria is an effective drug. There is a new drug in the market, voxilotol. It's still at its experimental stages. It is hoped that voxilotol may slow the recession of hemoglobin F. Nobody has brought it into the market. Anybody using it now is using it as an experimental drug. It's not meant to be in the open market. Now, you would ask me, what about herbal medicines? Actually, my staff up there is going to tell us what herbal preparations are good. But the important thing is that any food item that will increase your blood count is a good herbal medicine. Let's start with vegetables. Let's go to yams. The important thing is that if you're going to take these vegetables, please observe general hygiene. Make sure the vegetables are clean, they're well washed and properly prepared. Can sickle cell disease be cured? Yes. Stem cell transplantation. That means we get the stem cells, the bone marrow cells, from a donor who is AA, and then transfer it into the person with sickle cell. You don't have to go abroad to do it these days. There is a professor in Benin who is doing it in a private setting. He used to do it at the University of Benin until he set up his own center. But the problem with stem cell transplantation is that it's prohibitively expensive. But thank God, foundations like SOM are coming on board, and there are many foundations. We hope in the future, advocacy groups like this can plead with NHIA and maybe make advocacy to find a way of making stem cell transplantation affordable. Not just for sickle cell, for other things, but for sickle individuals. Because we're talking about a disease that's affecting more than 4 million Nigerians. And can sickle cell disease be prevented? Well, yes and no. Yes, because all you need is ensuring that people who are AS do not have children, isn't it? Couples who are AS do not have children. AS and AS, an AS man and an AS woman will have the likelihood of having an SS child by a 25% risk. And for AS children, they have a 50% risk. And for AA, they have a 25% risk. The question now is, how do you determine who becomes pregnant and how? Well, some centers, even in Nigeria, say they can actually, that if you go into assisted reproductive technology, they can actually help in identifying which sperm or which ovum has hemoglobin F. But that is not the case. The problem is, can we stop a potential husband and wife from having SS children? Is it possible? Is it likely? At the time they are in love, remember they are blind. A teacher of mine, Professor Bengue, used to say, in matters of the heart, the head takes a bow. But for me, in matters of the heart, common sense takes a flight to the nearest window. At the time they are having this, they are in love, they are deeply in love, they are in cloud nine. Nobody remembers the implications on the child. Nobody remembers the implication of the child. So this is why we tell people that it's very difficult to stop it. But if you talk about the AS individual, what about the SS an AA person, what's going to happen? All the children will be AS. And they will add to that huge pool of AS individuals we have in Nigeria. So can you now see why I said it's not like? And in these days of migration, relocation, and globalization, many of our SS individuals are moving to countries where they don't have SS, and they're marrying people who are AA. So what's going to happen? Not only are we increasing the AS reservoir, we're also exporting our hemoglobin S to those countries. So in the next few generations, you'll find yourself, or we'll find ourselves with sickle cell emerging in parts of the world where there was no sickle cell previously. Permit me to tell us that sickle cell is not a disease of the glands. You know, we all grew up thinking sickle cell was affecting only the glands. No. Sickle cell is commoner in parts of the world where malaria was either common or is still common. So you find sickle cell disease in parts of India, in parts of Saudi Arabia, in parts of Latin America. Naturally, the sickle cell is common in the US for obvious reasons. The slave trade took it there. But even without the slave trade, the indigenous American Indians also have their fair share of sickle cell, just like the Arabs. The only difference is that most Arabs have plenty of hemoglobin F. So they tend to have a milder form. But there are those Arabs who also have the type of sickle cell we have here. Any complications, any death, and high hospitalization. So what am I trying to say? Sickle cell disease is not a disease of the blacks alone. It is common where malaria was once a problem, and with adequate care, the person with the individual with sickle cell disease can live. Age 21, we grew up knowing that when you get to the age of 21, the disease will be cured. Is that not what we are told? But it's not. Sickle cell disease is a lifelong illness. For as long as you have the disease, and for as long as you live, the challenge is there. It's the elephant in the room, you can't ignore it. So this misconception that 21 years is the pure watershed is not true. It's just that by the age of 21, the person has attained the maturity of how to exclude all of you haters from his life. And he has learned how to identify real loyal supporters. So, yes, that's what happens. By 21, the person is now white. I now know those who love me, so let me go with them. And so you who has been out, you think he has been cured. No, he has not. He only sidelined you and face people who are more supportive. So please, there is no such thing as 21 years being the age of cure. Our challenges are many. Absenteeism from school for the individual and for the caregiver. Demand for transfusion, demand for health care. Early complications, kidney disease, complications like leg ulcer, they can seriously hamper the quality of life. And we have a society that does not understand our health care needs. At this point, I think one of the advocacies one of the points about our advocacy points will be contacting schools and engaging school owners in recognizing the unique challenges of the individual with sickle cell. There are instances where sickle cell patients are beaten because of absenteeism or failure to present their homework. So just like we deal with, maybe it should be one subject in the curriculum of special education. So please, advocates in welfare, sickle cell welfare should consider this seriously. And counseling is a lifelong thing. Thank God, we said they're going to start various platforms for counseling. So, the individual with sickle cell disease needs money, not money in his pocket, but money to give him access to quality care. He needs support, and the relatives also need support, considering the likelihood of death, especially for parents. It can be agonizing for a parent to witness the death of his child before him. For most individuals, we would rather the parent dies before the child, isn't it? And to tell you of this angle, which is why in Hausa, in fact, it's a desperate yearning. You hear names like Barmai, please let this one remain with me. And while the parent is being desperate in having one child remain, whether it's Barmai or Barau, you also have children who are, who come in with a wave of hopelessness. A child to be dumped. A child to be taken to the rubbish dump. This is the hopelessness that the birth of children who die before their parents, invoke, the kind of attitude they evoke in Hausa society. The Yorubas already have their names for such names. You have the Duro Jayes, the Duro Simi. Duro Jaye means stay and enjoy the world. Duro Simi, wait or stay and bury me. Man or mom, don't go again. Please stay, let this one remain. The Igbos have their own names. Nonyelo, spare this one for me. Keep it, let me have this. Whatever you call them, chairman, the conveners are panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Persons with sickle cell disease may die early. They will precede their parents and older siblings in death, leaving behind painful memories in grief. It is not how long or how short. It is about a condition that remains an attitude. Individuals with sickle cell disease are our friends, they are our relatives, they are our colleagues, they are our business associates. We have them, they are entrepreneurs up and down, they're making money. There's a people. See my slide. There is Rabi. Rabi produces, Rabi has a fish farm. Rabi has pure water business. Rabi has a small chop business. But Rabi is a warrior. So they are our business associates. They are our compatriots. But most importantly, they are human beings. We will treasure them, for they are our individuals to be loved and treasured. Let's treasure them, that they may make the impact and contribute their quota as human beings in the sands of time. You have confirmed to us that sickle cell individuals not only have a life, but they can impact on themselves to the greater society beyond their calculations. You have indeed become a star in my horizon. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Professor Aisha Indo Mamman for that expository speech. I'm sure that we were able to pick quite a lot of interesting information there. Please, let's give her another round of applause. Exactly, this is the kind of round of applause I've been begging for since. So I think we're waking up small now. Maybe that time we're still suffering with the cobwebs of small sleep in our eyes. That was a good one. And as she makes her way back to her seat, I just want to use this time to appreciate parents of warriors, caregivers of warriors. If you are here, please give yourselves a round of applause. It is not an easy task. Parents become deflated, depressed. Sometimes looking after the person who is sick, in fact not sometimes, looking after a person who is sick, whether a warrior or any other kind of ailment, drains the person who is the caregiver as well. And we inevitably tend to keep caregivers on the back burner. We forget about them, the mental agonies they go through, having to endure seeing their children in so much pain and agony. They are to be celebrated, and I celebrate you all. Thank you very much for the hard work you do. And another round of applause for you. So I'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Salaudeen Jimo Olawale. He is the member, National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. All right, thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. Also recognizing Mr. Bitrus Fraden, who is representing the DG NAFDAC. He's representing, a big round of applause for him too. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Not left out is Mr. Faisal Aliu. He is representing Rural Homes. Please stand up to be recognized. Thank you very much for coming. So our discussion continues, and I will be welcoming to the podium Dr. Olusegun Soyombo. He is a consultant psychiatrist in National Hospital, Abuja. He has vast experience in psychiatric practice in cross-cultural settings with specialized training in treatment of substance use disorder. He studied medicine at the prestigious University of Lagos and holds a fellowship in psychiatry, FMC Psych, of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. He also holds a master's degree in gerontology from the University of Southampton. Please let's welcome to the podium with a big round of applause, a very big round of applause for Dr. Soyombo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Permitting to stand on existing protocol. So by the time I finish speaking, you will know why there was no professor behind the name. Because you have just listened to a professor. And if it wasn't that by protocol the keynote speaker has to speak first, I would have asked who I offended that I have to be called to speak after Professor Indo. But I'll do my best. The MCs, I sympathize with you. You were very helpless. You didn't know how to stop the professor. And then she had to stop herself. The only set of people that have not been recognized are the ones I will be speaking to, and I will ignore everybody. Students, good morning. We are happy to have you here. You are the future of all of us, and I will be speaking to you. I congratulate the convener and everybody in attendance. My job is simple. I'm going to be talking about how sickle cell affects our mental health. Sickle cell disease is a chronic medical condition. And what do we mean by chronic? It means it's something that stays with you. Like Prof has said, except somebody has stem cell research, then the person practically has to live with the condition. And this is a condition that can be painful, include several hospital admissions, frequent admissions, blood transfusion, missing school, missing work, missing parties and family gatherings where other people go to. But more importantly, is that with sickle cell disease, an individual is constantly reminded of their impending mortality. That is not an easy thing to live with. It is like having a diagnosis of cancer and they tell you it is not treatable. And you know that, oh, I'm living, but one day this journey comes to an end. The truth, like Prof said, is that that journey comes to an end for all of us at one time or the other. But the rest of us are not constantly reminded of that impending mortality like the sickle cell disease person is reminded. Of course, as the sickle cell carrier gets into adulthood, the issue of marriage comes into play. And the person knows that I do not want my child to suffer what I have suffered. So why me, Shegun, can meet somebody and say, my name is Shegun, how are you? Can we go out together and have lunch? The sickle cell patient looks at you and says, or even the AS person, and says, my name is Shegun, I am AS. Because there's no point being friends with you if you are AS. Both of us will go and have a heartbreak down the line. But then, like you have heard, that in the matters of the heart, the common sense jumps out of the way. Anxiety and depression are conditions that have been found to be commoner in people who live with sickle cell disease than in the general population. And the reasons for that are not far-fetched. Is there anybody who is happy when they are ill? No. And then when a person gets sick constantly, repeatedly, living with pain, you know that that person can actually become depressed. And what is depression? Is that illness that is characterized by extended periods of sadness, low energy, loss of interest in pleasurable activities. It is an illness that other people don't see. Just the way people cannot relate with the pain of the sickle cell patient. I'm talking about the physical pain. They also cannot relate with the psychological trauma of living with this condition. And that is depression. When the person is sad, you look around him and you think, oh, this person should be happy, good car, good house, has money, and all of that. Yet the person is unhappy. What other things can a patient with depression have? A person with depression can have what we call guilt feelings. The person feels guilty all the time. How many of us have seen on social media those videos where somebody is going to be told, an old woman is going to be brought into the village square, and she says, oh, I killed this person, I killed that person, I killed that person. And what do? They bring fire, they bring petrol, and they set fire on her. She may not be responsible for the death of anybody. She may just be a depressed individual who is taking on guilt for things that she has not done. Now imagine the pain of a sickle cell disease patient who feels that it's because of his hospital admission that his mother missed out on promotion interview. You know he can feel very guilty. He can feel guilty that the family is putting a lot of resources into his or her care than to care for the other children in the family. So people with sickle cell disease can deal with a lot of guilt. They can feel very hopeless. In this information age, people read about it. They know other people. Oh, this one died at 18. Oh, that one died at 55. Oh, this one died at 52. And then they just keep thinking, what really is the point of it when you can see the end yourself? And these are things that can make depression worse in sickle cell patients. How about anxiety? We all get anxious all the time. Anxiety is in fact a very good thing when it is not a disorder. If there is a very big bang here and you hear go, how many of you will wait for the usher to say this way out? I don't think anybody would wait for any usher to direct them out. It is that anxiety that makes us survive in stressful situations. But anxiety can become impairing when the person, in that same instance, when somebody else go and the person is rooted to the spot, you know that that is dangerous. And that's what an anxiety disorder can do. With anxiety and with depression, the pain that the sickle cell disease patient feels will be more than without these conditions. If the person who has sickle cell disease has a better mood and is not anxious, their tolerance for pain will be better. Those who have depression and anxiety have increased hospitalization, and they also experience increased spending on healthcare. But there is something else we must talk about, and that is addiction to painkillers. We are between the devil and the deep blue sea. We must treat pain. And some of the most effective pain medications, unfortunately, are addictive. What are we going to do? Leaving the sickle cell disease patient in pain is absolutely not an option. But addiction is also a potential killer, a destroyer of dreams. And so we must find a way to balance it. Some people have said, if you can identify depression and anxiety early and treat it early, maybe we won't get to the point of addiction. Of course, you could take all the lessons to heart. Drink water, protect yourself from the elements of weather, just take care of yourself generally, will prevent the amount of crisis, number of crises that the person has, and then the chances of being addicted to opioid killers will be reduced. Of course, some people have said that addiction in sickle cell disease patients is not more than what you have in the general population. There are many more people without sickle cell who are addicted to one thing or the other. So it's not only sickle cell disease patients who can be addicted to drugs. Depression and anxiety are treatable. It is not a sign of weakness. If you have sickle cell disease, you are fighting a battle bigger than what most of the people are dealing with. So to be depressed or to be anxious is not a disease. It's just something that should be treated in addition to the other treatments that you have. Treatment is not something to be embarrassed about. Usually it is convenient, usually not more than one tablet in a day that regulates what we call serotonin level, and the person's mood becomes better, anxiety levels will reduce. How can the rest of us help? By not stigmatizing the depressed or anxious patients. Many of us have heard that the entrepreneurs here, they are captains of industry here. When somebody falls down on an Okada and calls the HR, you say, I fell down on Okada, I can't come to work. What would they say? Take care of yourself. When you get better, come to work. Because everybody can see the injury. But when a depressed patient wakes up in the morning and doesn't feel like going to work, he doesn't even have the energy to pick his phone and call HR that I'm not coming to work. What is he likely to get? Query, reprimand, sack. So we all have to be careful not to stigmatize depressed patients by calling them lazy. What else can the rest of us do? We must donate blood. We must donate blood. Sickle cell patients will need blood. And it is not at the point where they need blood that we should be running helter-skelter looking for the blood. What else will sickle cell patients need? They will need doctors. And I'm going to end where I started with. I started with the students. It is my hope that many of you will become doctors. I know that many of you want to become IT professionals. We need IT professionals, but I think we need doctors more. And since I am the one campaigning, if you choose to be a doctor, please be a psychiatrist. Maybe 10 of you can choose psychiatry, and one of you can choose hematology, with apologies to Prof. So I will close by asking you a question. Who is a hematologist and who is a psychiatrist? Students cannot attend an event and not answer questions. Thank you very much. Your hand looks like it's going up. Don't change your mind. You can just shout, I'll hear you. Hematologist is a blood doctor. You should clap for him now. When I was on stage, the moment you ask that question, before you look to that side, I will sink in my chair so that you will not see me. And then the psychiatrist is who? Since that one does not treat blood, you say it's not a real doctor. Who is a psychiatrist? Doctor of the brain and mind. So we'll be happy to have many of you become blood doctors, doctor of brain and mind, and any other doctor really. And when you become doctors, please stay in Nigeria and treat your people.
Please, a round of applause for you, please. Well done, doctor. You know, when they say it's a psychiatrist doctor, I thought quite right would be talking to not normal human being like us. So, but it's a nice one and a very short speech. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, before the next speaker, I understand that the representative of the Minister of Health is here, and the representative has a message for us. So if you are here seated, please, the representative of the Minister of Health of Nigeria, welcome, sir, please. A round of applause for him. I will short him before the next speaker. Members of the round table, distinguished panelists, distinguished guests. Sorry, I'm late to be here simply because I've got directive very late that I should be here to represent the minister, who was expected to be here, but because of circumstances of national assignment, that's why the minister is not here. So on behalf of the honourable minister, please, I apologize. However, he sent me to deliver his goodwill message, which is what I'm about to read now. Thank you. The former Iowa State and founder, General One Sector, His Excellency, General One, the CFR, the Chairman, SOM Sickle Cell Foundation, Sandy Olaita Mohammed, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to participate in this national dialogue to better life for persons living with sickle cell disorder. This dialogue is very important to us as a country, considering the impact of sickle cell disorder in our society. As you may be aware, it has been documented that 5% of the world population carries traits for hemoglobin disorder, mainly sickle cell disease and thalassemias. These two can be inherited together. According to World Health Organization, over 3,000 babies are born annually with sickle cell disorder globally, with sub-Saharan Africa having over 75% of the cases and 66% of the cases in Nigeria alone. These unacceptable statistics gives credence to the reason for this national dialogue. This forum, which is intended to discuss how to ensure better life for the teeming persons living with sickle cell disorders, is a welcome development. Therefore, I wish to commend the organizers for inviting me. The Federal Ministry of Health is strongly committed to a holistic improvement of the quality of health care to all Nigerians, including persons living with sickle cell disorder. We understand the need to give priority attention to this category of citizens who did not become carriers of sickle cell trait due to the fault of theirs. They were born with it, so they deserve to be given better quality of life, as they are at risk of crisis from negative impact on their growth and development, education, social and economic well-being. Many of them also have challenges in their workplaces and family lives, which further puts undue pressure on their daily lives with attendant social consequences. In furtherance of the need for a national priority attention to sickle cell disorder, the Federal Ministry of Health created a sickle cell disease desk in the ministry to develop and implement policies, programs, and activities to prevent and control sickle cell disease in Nigeria. As we are aware, a lot of awareness still needs to be created to enlighten the populace to understand that sickle cell disorder is not due to witchcraft. This will help parents and carriers to overcome stigmatization and present properly in hospitals for proper medical attention in order to prevent disabilities which are associated with sickle cell crisis. Therefore, I wish to congratulate SOM Sickle Cell Foundation in collaboration with General Yakubu Gowon Center for this dialogue, as I encourage other non-governmental organizations to emulate collaborative efforts of these two organizations and partner with Federal Ministry of Health to address the healthcare challenges of persons living with sickle cell disorder. It is my hope that this dialogue will yield its desired objectives. I wish you true cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
We can do better than that, please. Because this message is just like an approval of this NGO. You know, the Ministry of Health just approve it and say that they have their support as well. So let's give a round of applause once again. All right, the next speaker to talk to us again in another dimension is someone that she completed her Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Again, she is the current head of the Department of Traditional, Complementary and Alternative Medicine in the Federal Ministry of Health here in Nigeria. You see, it's coming together like that. Good. She has several professional qualifications and certification in traditional medicine. She was the pioneer managing director of the Nigeria Medicinal Plants Development Company, NMPDC, and she has authored many books on natural pharmacy and medicinal plants. She is in person of pharmacist Zainab Ududi Sherry. A round of applause for her, please. Please, let's keep clapping until she gets to the stage. Let's keep clapping. Every time I hear practitioner, I don't know what comes to my head. Let me say that I hear some incantation. Blah, blah, blah.
And of course, the most important people here and the organizer of this program, which is very timely and apt. I'm told there is hope and fun because a lot of people have called and they are interested in following up this program. I wish you recognize the impact you are going to have. Some who do not have the opportunity to be here physically, but I think they will appreciate Zooming. You see, I like when you put me to speak last. You know why? Because the scientists have spoken. They have done their analysis as scientists, professionals, but I'm coming in a different angle. I'm going to combine the science, bring in the wisdom, bring in the knowledge, more important, religious aspect, and of course, the traditional science, combined with nature. You know, medicine is very dynamic. I'm glad I went to school. Maybe if I didn't go to school, I'll be wondering when people speak. But the great Kwame Nkrumah, the African leader, said the weapons of our philosophy should be based on the living conditions and the environment of our people. And it is from these factors our intellectual reasoning should be based. I have gone to school, I have learned how do I apply it to my people, to my environment, using what is around me, what is available to me, and what God has given to me. As a pharmacist, the word pharmacist means the medicine man. So I'm meant to give you medicine, whether I know it or not. You have that trust in me that I must produce medicine. 45% of the drugs we use today, whether for any disease, including sickle cell, has origin from plants. And those people who initiated the knowledge of the plants are the barefoot doctors. Barefoot doctors did not go to school. They had the intuition and they had the gift. The greatest gift is from God. When God gives you that gift, this is so applied. We have said so much about sickle cell. I don't need to repeat. What I'm interested in is, what do I do? Either, what do I do not to have sickle cell? The erudite professor has given you the analysis. I really appreciate the analysis. That is what you should be your takeaway from this. And I'm so happy that there is increased demand for mental aspect of health. So I appreciate bringing in the mental aspect. We are all mentally, there is a problem, one or the other. All of us sitting here have one or more mental problem. Am I right? That is it. So we need more of them coming to tell us. Mental high price, mental insecurity, mental no money, mental marriages are breaking, mental. you down. Sickle cell is not a life-threatening disease to kill you. If you believe in God. The Almighty Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when a disease descends, he gives the remedy. But more importantly, man must seek the remedy. Are we seeking the remedy? Or are we waiting for the Oyibo to tell us the remedy? That is $1 million question. You know, I've gone to so many floral places that I get confused about science and our attitude in Africa. No drug has come out of Africa that is recognized internationally. You wonder why, despite we have the best doctors, the best pharmacists working there where they are. But when it comes to we getting what we need to do, they said, no, it is not here, it is there. Are you going to continue dancing that tune? You better begin to change. That's why some of us are mixed breed. Yes, somebody said, Hajia, why are you not in the academics? I said, if I was in the academics, I will not go the way I had gone, and I have discovered so many things which the academics did not teach me. A hero goes from an unusual pathway, because along that unusual pathway, you see so many things. Back to me, you asked me to talk about traditional and complementary medicine in the role of sickle cell. Okay, and you said you were expecting me to do juju, isn't it? To call the sicklers and do the jujuism. No, that is the impression I want to erase. When they say traditional medicine, for goodness sake, don't think about juju. Think about the golden aspect that you are missing. Because even the others, that's what they did. There was a lady, they call her a witch. She prepares concoction every time the big guys come to take those concoctions. You know, at times people don't care what they take. What they believe is better. Even if you have taken lizard, you won't know. But you are better. So this lady gave concoctions, but there was this guy who had a heart problem. He went to see the doctor. The doctor told him, you have 3 months to live. Go and prepare whatever you want to prepare. So he went home telling them the news he heard from the doctor or from the expert, so that I will be specific from the health expert. Somebody said, there is one witch there. She prepares concoction. Maybe you go there and try. Okay? You know, because he wants to live. He went to see the witch woman. And she gave him the concoction. He accepted the concoction. Whatever they call it. But after some time, he did not die. He became fine. He went to see the doctor. The doctor said, you are still living? He said, yes, I'm living. He said, what happened? He said, this is what happened. I got this lady, this lady. But you know what happened? The doctor asked him, who is the lady? The patient took him to the lady. You see, very humble doctor, wanting to learn, wanting to know. He went to her, and she gave him, spoke with her, and then got him remedy. And of course, as a researcher, went to research that drug. And that is the use of a plant called Hydrolytica sciatica, which is called the Shimpix. If the witch did not tell the doctor, would he know? And the good doctor listened and went to do research. So that is what we are praying. We need to have collaboration. There is a lot of knowledge in these our traditional healers. We are leaving them to die away. We, the scientists, think our only solution is from the scientific world. We are missing. For those of us who have gone to look there, there is so much knowledge. That's why I'm glad here to give you some of this knowledge that can help the sickle cell. So, when you say traditional medicine, it is your medicine. It is the medicine of the people. It is the medicine of the community. It is their culture. Are we going to heal? Are you ready to heal the healers? When one of these, my minister, due respect, said, remove the practitioners, traditional medicine people, let them go away. I said, sir, then we may kill all of them. That's the only solution. When you know as a community they are providing 80% of the services, for many millions of people around the world, traditional medicine is the first point of call to treat any disease. Even the WHO has said 80% of our people use this medicine. But what we need to do, the problem is we scientists, we have got to read. Can we practicalize the reading? Not waiting for people to tell us this is what it is. By looking at what we have, to be able to modify and bring out products that we can also sell to the Western world and know that discoveries have come out of Africa. I'm sure, I don't know, Prof, if you heard of Nicosa or Niprisan. Niprisan is one of the well-recognized sickle cell drug produced by our own in Nigeria. I'm sure you have heard of National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research. As far back as in the 80s, Dr. Professor Wambebe worked on that. And this is one of the drugs that currently a lot of sickle cell patients pretend when they were on those drugs, they were supposedly effects. However, the typical attitude of Nigerians, you don't appreciate what you have. But it's good to know that one of our pharmaceutical companies has taken that drug and they are going to commercialize it. So we have gotten something from Africa and from Nigeria. I think we should appreciate that. A lot of trials have been done, clinical trials have been done, and these drugs are currently. But FDA registered it as a supplement, not a drug. Because they don't want to say Africans have produced drugs. But I know as the way things are going now, with COVID-19, there will be a lot that will come from Africa. So in the management of sickle cell, what I think is that if she cannot go to the hospital or he cannot go to the hospital, the mother in the house is a natural healer. That is the gift God has given to the mother. Most mothers do not appreciate that gift and they allow the gift to die. But home remedies, what can I do while I'm preparing to take my child to the next level? This is where you look at the gift of nature in the aspect of traditional medicine and in the aspect of using what God has given to you to manage pronounced symptoms, anemia, poor oxygen supply, inflammation, and pains, which we know the sickler is faced with. And of course, most of the time, fatigue and exposed to malaria. I don't need to tell you about it again. What I need to tell you is what you should do. In the aspect of traditional medicine, I start by saying, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. Our traditional foods that tend to increase the nutrition in our body, they are not processed. These young children of this day, you like ice cream, you like processed foods. Those are stagnation to the blood. So we need to encourage people with sickle cell to take more of whole grain cereals. You may ask me, what kind of whole grain cereals? You can take them in form of pap, porridges, or even foods in form of swallow. Sorghum, millet, acha, plantain flour, wheat, tama, just to mention a few that God has given to us. Because these grains contain the fibers and contain the B complex, contain the nutrition. That when I will tell you along the line, in the language of natural medicine, we have what we call blood purification. How do I purify the blood of the sickle cell constantly? So that it ensures that stagnation and the Worn-out blood cells are quickly removed or are detoxified. I said the whole grain foods, which you can take in different forms. When we make our pap, we tend to remove the fiber. Can you take some of those fibers and add it to your pap so that you have a big vitamins in it and you can enjoy that? Okay? We have talked about high vegetable foods. You know what? Green leafy vegetables contain a substance called chlorophyll. And chlorophyll has a structure similar to hemoglobin. Except in hemoglobin, you have iron. In chlorophyll, you have magnesium. So, the green leafy vegetables with high content of chlorophyll are encouraged to purify the blood. We call them in the language of natural medicine blood purifiers. So when you take green leafy vegetables in different forms, not overcooked, because when you overcook them, you have lost some of these nutrients. Let me give you examples. Ugu has high content of chlorophyll. Moringa has content of chlorophyll. These are based on scientific studies, because that is what we should do. If the natural man tells me, traditional man says, take moringa, I should look at the scientific basis of taking moringa by having the analysis, knowing that moringa contains these rich nutrients. Pumpkin leaves. There is pumpkin, the one we call cabello. It has a lot of nutrients that are there that will favor the beast. Yakwa, the sorrel leaves. Can you see the green in ewedu? That is chlorophyll. Uziza, utazi. All these green leafy vegetables around us, water leaf, and God in His infinite mercy during the period gives you a leaf that you can take to even support your immune system. Because you see these plants every day, you think they are nothing. You cannot survive without these common vegetables and fruits you see every day. They keep you going. A drug cannot work if the body system is not strong enough. The body has the capacity to heal itself. What you need to do is to strengthen the body, nourish the body, give it what it wants, and reduce as we talk. When we take the chemical drugs, the synthetic drugs, we overtax our liver and kidney. However, the natural ones, we strengthen them. We give them the tonicity to be able to remove the metabolites of those chemicals. The two must go together. There is no one way of treating diseases. We have seen now in science that medicine is dynamic. What we don't know before when you had diabetes, they say never you touch carbohydrates. Is the story the same? No, there's a lot. Let me give you a quick rundown. I try to look at the geopolitical zones in this country. What can we give them? What can you take that is good? The person from the northeast can look at the person from the south and take the food. Northwest, moringa salad. You know how you make the salad? You take the moringa leaf, you take the green pepper, you take the yellow pepper, you take the onions, you can enrich it with beans, and you can enrich it with carrot. Whatever you can, even avocado pear. That is a special bread nutritionist made salad. So that is something that is common in the Northwest. Northeast, the Marghi people, I don't know if there's anybody from Northeast here. The Marghi people have a special soup, mainly composed of two vegetables. The common green leafy vegetables, the alefo, and then the sorrel leaves, with fish, such a nourishment, with some onions and tomatoes, less of oil. That is a food that you should serve always in the city to improve oxygenation and nutrition. Remember, it has more of bad red blood cells than good red blood cells. So the good red blood cells that are working, let us strengthen them. The bad red blood cells that are sickle, causing problem, let's flush them as fast as we can. You cannot flush them if your body is not strong enough to fight this. North Central. In North Central, you see some of them have some special drinks which they take. And those kind of drinks are very good, that will stimulate and thin the blood. You know, when we talk about blood, we said the blood is not flowing. The blood is clogged, leading to even possible clots. We need foods that can thin the blood. Such foods that can thin the blood are garlic, ginger, onion. We call them the Trinity plants. And these are foods we eat every day. So am I killing you with toxicity? No. I'm telling you what God has given to you every day is what you should cherish and love. Because that is what is good for you. The Southwest, I'm not a Yoruba person, but I know there is a dish called the kokore. Am I right? You know the enrichment, the nourishment in that food. Okay? That is a special package. Of course, let me come to the Igbos, the Southeast. I know you always talk about unubu soup or bitter leaf soup. Fantastic. And of course, the salad, the Igbo salad. If the Igbos know the value of their salad, they will eat it every day. You can see the combination of that food. What I want to ask is that those foods, who formulated them? Who? Who are the traditionalists? You see, who discovered ugu soup? Who discovered, Oh. So am I communicating? Did they go to the lab? But you are eating the soup. What I'm saying is that some knowledge. The Christians say, my people die because of lack of knowledge. My people do not understand the knowledge they have in front of them so that they can understand the knowledge and apply it accordingly. The kuka soup we take, the baobab, both the pulp, the white baobab, 300 milligrams of the white baobab contains 100 milligrams of vitamin C. So, if the sickle cell person decides to have a drink of baobab, is he not nourishing himself? Prof, am I communicating? She's answering a call. But I want you to all to understand, because whatever we are looking for is there with us. But as human beings, we ignore and we are looking somewhere. And God is not happy with us. Because He created you. When He created you, He gave you the Garden of Eden. He put everything there for you. He did not bring you back. He made sure there was environment. 2 days ago, I delivered a paper on the environment. He gave you everything there. He gave you the garden. There were fruits and vegetables because He knew that you have to exist. Indigenous foods that are used as blood purifiers. Somebody may say, what does she mean by blood purifiers? In language of natural medicine, they look at plants because the sickle cell is faced with stagnant blood. So can we purify more of this blood? The purifiers are things that are giving you moringa, bitter leaf, sweet basil, cucumber, lemon, garlic, the onions, zobo, bitter garden air, and the leaves. Okay? Just to mention a few. They are called blood purifiers. I will give you formulas of how you make juices out of these blood purifiers. What we call life juice. Take them freshly prepared. Fruits are not left out. Okay? We have our indigenous foods that are very good. When they are in season, please, the sicklers should have preference for those foods. Because they will boost their immune system, they will purify the blood, and they will eliminate toxins from their system. The doomed food. The doomed food is what we call the goriba. The baobab fruit, I've said it. The agbalumo from the south is we have the breadfruit. We have so many, the agua, that are fruits that are useful, and they are blood purifiers. In the language of natural medicine, we have what we call anodiones. Anodiones are analgesic plants that can relieve swelling and pain during the crisis. They can make juices. Of course, garlic, ginger, cayenne, and lemon, just to give you some examples of anodiones. And the complementary aspect, we might need to give you a recipe. The complementary aspect is complementary and alternative medicine that we say. If it is not traditional or orthodox, it is complementary. And there are various ways that you don't know that you are doing complementary medicine. I will emphasize on hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapy, you are using water. Good hot bath. In it, you put eucalyptus oil. In it, you put sandalwood oil. In it, you put even things like ginger oil, chamomile oil. They reduce pain and they calm the nerves. So you can take them in your bath, just use them. Before they are available in most supermarkets or in chemists. Diaphoretism is the ones our parents used to teach us. You can tolerate the steaming that you do with mango, because they turn the organs. They wake up the organs. And when they wake up the organs, they strengthen them. Even then, that's why you see when you had malaria, they were always doing steam. Okay? Because when the organs are told, they are able to fight the disease. Aromatherapy, use of essential oils. You know, some of you use oils for ointments. When they were speaking, you never gave them time. It's me now, you are giving me time. Do you know what I went to prepare this paper? So let me know. So, like I said, aromatherapy, use of essential oils. You have them available. You can apply them. There are ointments that are available that can be used. Okay? The Chinese have acupuncture. If you go some of these sicknesses, I know some of you go to the Chinese and they try to use some acupuncture just to relieve pain. In addition to taking the overalls, it's also good to get access from expert advice acupuncture, which is very good. And all I have told you, the essential oils, these are part of. You have them available, you use them in your steam bath, or you apply them in your ointments. And coffee, you know, the prophet even encourages us to do coffee. You find that some people do it, but it is very important. It's a kind of, they have cups, specially heated, and they place them on certain part of the skin. And when they walk on it, they improve circulation. And then it promotes the cell regeneration. Okay? There is homeopathy, there is massage therapy, which is recognized by the WHO as complementary medicine. In that your massage therapy, you can have your oils. You can have the garlic oil, the ginger oil, the eucalyptus oil, the sandalwood oil, the frankincense oil combined together, mix as your special oil mix. When you take your bath, you can apply it, especially when you are undergoing crisis. Okay? And then, like I said, what is important is understanding the aspect I have come in to bring in the role of foods, and for you to recognize you need to increase the oxygenation of the patient, you need to strengthen. There are plants that are known to strengthen the blood vessels. We need to have them. And one of the common ones, which you take every day, is zobo leaves. The zobo flowers, they strengthen the blood vessels and the power, because they have high content of vitamin C. So with this, I think that you have gotten what I call the tips that you can take home. Let me finish by giving you recipe 1. Bitter leaf, 5 leaves of bitter leaf, 2 medium-sized carrots, 2 medium-sized carrots, 3 pieces or 3 cloves of garlic. It can be optional. You may not take it until in the night, if the person who's undergone pain knows what is going through. And then lemon, a quarter-sized lemon. You blend it with this size of water. Chop them, clean them, finely, and then you can also add cucumber, the cooling plant. Cucumber is known as the cooling plant. Okay? You blend them with this size of water, and then you see, I'm sure you have 2 classes. You can take that twice daily and 3 times in a week. We call them freshly prepared juice. We call them life juice because they contain a lot of antioxidants, phytochemicals, the nutrients, and the maximum level. This is what you need as sickle cell patient to be able to improve the quality of your life from what God has given you. Nature does not want vacuum, and God, for every solution, for every problem, there is a solution. Let us not believe that there is no solution. If you don't believe that there is no solution, then you don't believe in your life. Thank you very much.
This is thanking the pharmacist extraordinaire, a pharmacist with a difference, a pharmacist whose specialty is plants and herbs. She calls herself a traditionalist as well. So we want to thank her. Just a quick one here. The first speaker was actually allotted 45 minutes, and that's why she spoke at the length of time that she did. Sickle cell is a very interesting topic to talk about, and if we were to say, let everybody really cover everything, then we might probably need to have a part 2 and finish up tomorrow. But we also need to make room for other esteemed guests that are here. We need to recognize, we've already recognized his presence, and indeed he's seated at the high table with us, but he has another engagement and he would love to address the audience before taking his leave. I'm talking about the royal father of the day, His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Usman Ngakupi. He is the Sapai of Genki. Please give him a warm round of applause as he takes the podium. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The chairman of the convener of this occasion, our resource person, Dr. Aisha, and my dear sister, Thomas, Zainab, and other members of the high table. Not forgetting the director of the minister, right? My dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of us. I want to start the time to congratulate the convener of this program. I collect back 2 or 3 weeks ago. I received a letter forcing me to be in attendance. And I know the importance of this challenge, which most of us in the rural areas will foresee is a witchcraft disease. Innocent people are being killed, or they are being nicknamed as witchcraft. When they are children or when they born children and they are dying, especially before they mature, they say that they are killing their children, not knowing that the sickle cell. So we want to thank our health department, both of orthodox and traditional doctors who are able to identify that this, we shouldn't be putting blame on our people. And we also have to thank you people. You have been able to identify and enlighten us and give us an insight on what is termed as sickle cell, and sometimes how we are going to manage the sickle cell person. In fact, when I saw pharmacist then I'm coming in, I feel I was very contented because I know what she has been advising us every now and then. All I want to say, please, all of us have to go by using orthodox doctors as well as traditional doctors. Because most of us who have been brainwashed that we don't go to traditional medicine doctors, that they prepare compulsory. But to me, they are more effective than this orthodox because sometimes it's temporary relief. But when you go to native doctors, they give us an effective one. Because we need to understand that both the native doctors and the orthodox doctors, we need them. The only advice I also want to urge is that please, our President Minister is here. We want you to collaborate with these people to see that this we are being enlightened through media, because so that our people should be able to understand that when people are dying young, it's not witchcraft. But most of our people in rural areas, they don't understand. And finally, we want to also ask our resource person, we would have also appreciate what you must have written, so that we can also have a copy to assist us when we go home. So I want to congratulate you for having this program. Thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir. His Royal Highness is making his way to another engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, how long have we been sitting? We've been seated for a while, right? Would it be out of place to ask you to please get to your feet? Just stand on your feet. Get on your feet. Get on your feet. Just stand up. Today I'm the MC, so I'm in charge, okay? I'm in charge. Just oblige me. Be on your feet. I want you to stretch as if you just woke up from sleep. I know you need it. Some of you, since you've been sitting, you didn't even take a toilet break, you haven't moved an inch, you want to absorb everything being said. And we appreciate that, but I can also see that some people are dozing off. Please, do I have your ears? Oya, I want you to stamp your right foot and your left foot, just to shake the sleep out of your system. I didn't hear anything, oh Jesus. Some people are clapping their hands. Do your feet, stamp your feet. Now, see, because me, I'm not doing my own. Stamp your feet. It's just to shake the sleep out of your system. Okay, please kindly take your seats. You know, I forced you to do that small exercise. So thank you very much for obliging me, because we have the last but not the least speaker, and I really want us to be alert when she's speaking, because she's a warrior herself, and if we finish talking and doctors and pharmacists and everybody talks, and we don't hear from people that are actually affected, then I don't think we would have made any headway. So now that we are alert, I'll also bring attention to these books. I have 2 books here. They're both for sale. They're going for 10,000 naira each. The first one is Healing Recipes and Herbal Therapy for Common Ailments. The second one is Common Medicinal Plants in Nigeria. They're both written by pharmacist Zainab Judud Sharif. So at this point, I will be calling on all right, before Hawa takes the stand, I'll be calling on Alhaji Ishaq Ajibola, who is the co-founder of Daily Trust and the former MD as well. He wants to give us a goodwill message.
Thank you very much. My colleagues on the high table, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to give a short remark on this occasion. Probably some of you were here last year when we did the book launch of Shield, like that is the book they wrote. Because I was also privileged to be here. Now what I said in that is that Shield is a phenomenon. That is the founder of this foundation. He worked with me directly as managing director of the who was a general manager for many years. And he produced results, much more than people that the doctor will say, you are fine, you don't have any problem. He was a doer, he met objectives, and he delivered everything, almost everything, every assignment that was given to him. So I want to personally congratulate you to this initiative, because when he wrote his book last year, I thought he was going to rest, he was not going to do anything related to this again. But when he came and invited me that he has set up a foundation, I said I must be here, whatever may be there. Even though I have another place to go now. So I want to congratulate you, this is a very good initiative. And I want to plead with all the necessary stakeholders, the pyramids of health that are here at this representation, and also all the medical line. Please support the foundation and those who will make the decision for this occasion. There's one thing I've learned on this garden, and it's the issue of not too much contradiction between the orthodox medicine and the traditional medicine. And I'm sure that a lot of us must have benefited from that experience, from the two presentations by the Prof and our sister Zainab. We can see that we all need both. And this is what we're doing now. The orthodox medicine and the traditional medicine. But sometimes the doctors used to caution us that we shouldn't go into that area. Maybe this is another thing I would suggest you face in your next foundation dialogue. How to combine the use of orthodox medicine and that of traditional medicine in such a way that it doesn't go in the bad way. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to use this opportunity to say thank you for the show. Thank you to everyone that's come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And as you can hear from all the many testimonies, warriors tend to put in their best wherever they are. You see, there's something about constantly hearing that you are going to die soon that just motivates you. You know, when you keep hearing that for a long time, you know that you're running on short fuel, so you try to speed up, you try to fit in as much as you can into what, you wake up, you see another day and you're like, oh, another day, let me try and see what I can achieve, it might be my last. So there's that mentality behind it to a certain degree. You're always mindful of the fact that you're running out of time. So at this point, I'm going to call on Hawa Usman Sani. She is a sickle cell advocate and a warrior. She is one of the success stories of thriving warriors. A mother, a wife, and a successful entrepreneur. She is the owner of the label Iman Gifters and Nachale Footwears. She has her first degrees in English from the University of Jos and her MBA from one of the leading business schools in the world, the Lagos Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Hawa.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Good afternoon. I stand on the existing protocol. Our royal father had an engagement. I would like to appreciate the professor, Aisha Indo, and pharmacist Zainab, and of course my EPON, because being his special group, for this awesome initiative. Really, when he called me that he wanted me to speak at this event, I was like, of course I can't say no, this is my EPON's event. Apart from that, anything that concerns a better life for sickle cell warriors, I'm in. So of course here I am. I'm happy that a lot of the sickle cell patients are still seated so we can talk. And I'm so happy that there are also secondary school students here. So let's start from there.
Let me start from, I'm going to use my own personal experience. I'll make it brief because I know we are actually against time. We've already said a lot of things. The professors have said a lot of things. The pharmacy has said almost everything. The psychiatrists, the consultant psychiatrist, Dr. Shirian Botu has said a lot of things concerning sickle cell as well. So I'm just going to summarize it into my own personal experience and what we really need as sickle cell warriors. So let me start from when I was 13. I'm a dreamer, a big dreamer, honestly. So when I was 13, I read this book by Sidney Sheldon, If Tomorrow Comes. And I fell in love with it. I don't know, secondary school students, how many of you have read it? If Tomorrow Comes by Sidney Sheldon. Okay, lots of people have read it. So you read about the high life, the flight, career advancements and everything. Oh, I'm that kind of person, the big dreamer. So I went ahead to get so many other books and I kept dreaming, oh God, I want to be like this. I want to, oh, they're flying helicopters, women are flying helicopters, I want to be like that and all that. Unfortunately, by 14, I was battling a vascular necrosis. That's a bone condition that is very common to sickle cell patients, especially the hip joint, and it could affect the shoulder or somewhere else. So mine was the left hip. So for that year, I spent the entire time doing x-rays, going to hospital, and I'm talking about 1998. 97, 98. Technology was not as advanced as now. There's no free flow of access to information and knowledge. In fact, when you go to the hospital at that time, you are very likely to be put on some experiment. So that was what we were going through. So while battling that, my family could not afford how much we were told to use for the surgery. So we kept managing it. We went for orthodox treatments where they will pull your leg and all that. We kept managing the situation until I got admission into university. So I went to the university and I was known as the girl that limps. I was known as the skinny girl that walks with a big limp. So I had all those dreams from the novels and books I read. I wanted to fly, I wanted to go skydiving, I wanted to do this. Of course, by 35, I wanted to be a Fortune 500 CEO. Those were my dreams. And everybody's dream, of course, is very valid. So, reality check came in. I got into university. Whenever we were trying to meet deadlines, assignments and exams, I'm in the hospital. I cannot even relate to the countless exams I've written in the hospital. The school clinic. They will give me maybe like 4 hours instead of 2 hours. I'll sleep, wake up, continue writing. And then there was one particular incident that I will not forget. I think the professor mentioned it of not meeting deadlines. Despite practicing and preparing for it, we had one exam in 200 levels, so 203. I had read for weeks. At that particular day, we went for revision, sleepover. What do they call it? I've forgotten what they call it then. But I went for a sleepover in my friend's place and we read. And the next morning, 30 minutes to the exam, I had a crisis. This guy was crying. I said, God, how can you do this to me, God? Please, I prepared for this exam. So I went to the exam and then my colleagues started the exam. They got the question papers and the booklets. 1 hour into the exam, for some strange reason, the two lecturers started fighting. And the exam was cancelled. See, it was cancelled. So I don't know, that singular incident made me believe in the great power of God. And since then, God has moved mountains in many ways for me. Yes, I finished school and getting a job, of course, became a problem. I was looking for a job. Maybe the day you're supposed to go for interviews, you'll be sick. I remember going to an interview with full-blown crisis. The day I was supposed to go for the second phase of the interview, I slept throughout that night with my legs inside a bowl of hot water. In fact, we stayed up that night in my friend's house with my feet in a bowl of water. I went for the interview, smelling of aboliki and perfume that we used to cover it. I got the job. That was my first paying job post NYSC. I got the job and the job sent me to Lagos. And in Lagos I got got the opportunity to go to Lagos Business School to do my master's. So when I finished my master's for a whole year. I was falling sick, honestly. It was not a good time for me because I had dreams of, oh, I'll finish this one, I'll probably get one multinational oil job and all that, and all my dreams will come to place again. I was falling sick from where I was running from pillar to post, one spiritual home to the other, to one place. It wasn't working. When I finished, okay, when I was doing my master's, you do 3 months internship, and I did mine at Diamond Bank. During that 3 months internship at HR Diamond Bank, I was always sick. My HR boss called me and said, please, I want to talk to you like a sister. Have you thought of entrepreneurship? I'm like, entrepreneurship how? My own is to go and become one MD or CEO of one big oil and gas company. Why do you want me to go and start a business? Besides, I don't even have the money to start a business. He said, well, think about it. I didn't go in that direction. What I'm trying to say is there are so many sickle cell patients now that are doing wonderfully well in entrepreneurship. They have thriving businesses. In fact, one of the best cake makers in Abuja is a sickle cell warrior. He's a sickle cell warrior. I know directors of industry of big parastatals that are sickle cell patients. All it takes now is, like Pharmacy Tainer said, is working on your mind. Believing in a powerful being that can see you through. Following processes and procedures. I mean, when I was falling sick a lot and I knew that something had to be done about this, I started making research. And that is how I met my income. I started calling people, please, how did you attain 40, 50, 60, and you were managed to achieve all or at least most of your dreams despite being sickle cell? Please tell me. They will say, okay, you have to do this, you have to watch your diet, your lifestyle, and this. I asked a lot of people. Then I met one woman in the hospital one day when I was crying. She said her brother is SS. That please, I will introduce you to him. I spoke to the brother. Hey, I heard you are SS and you're always doing this, you're in one country today, in another one tomorrow. Where do you work? What do you do? How have you managed it? He said from when he was in 100 level, 200 level, his parents had already channeled him to just relegate and sit down in one local government work in their community. He said, no, this is not the life I dreamed for myself. And that was when he started working on his mind. He started researching different meals and foods and things to take that would work for him. So, in other words, what I'm saying is that as sickle cell patients, we need to work on our mindset. Have a close relationship with your hematologist so that you can go for routine checkup. Don't take, you have to pay close attention to triggers, stress factors, anything that makes you break down. I would like to appreciate my mom. She really believed in me from childhood. She never played with my education, even if she couldn't afford it. If she couldn't afford anything, she would struggle hard to make sure that it was done. I remember her from primary school, secondary school. I know a lot of sickle cell patients would not want to tell other people that they are SS, maybe because of stigma and then pity and things like that. For me, I do not appreciate pity. I do not appreciate stigmatization. But one thing I want us to have is empathy. Empathy for one another. Empathy from medical practitioners. Empathy from education teachers, lecturers. Empathy especially from the workplace. That is one thing we do not have. I've lost a job once or twice just because I was SS. I got the job and I was always falling sick. After like 8 months of being on the job, of course, I would not blame him. He's losing money, he's losing time, he's losing someone that will be doing his work for him. He called me and said, I'm sorry, but we cannot keep you. That was when I knew that I really need to up and work on my business. So these are things I want you to do. Just like the convener of this event had mentioned, we really need to see how we can empower sickle cell patients for you to believe in yourself and have one skill or the other. I know sickle cell, we might not want to be called, to call sickle cell as a kind of disability, but there are times where we are crippled. Down times when you have crisis, you can't even walk. Someone has to carry you to the hospital. Someone has to carry you to the park. You cannot do anything. Those are crippling times. You can be compared to a disabled, honestly, even though we do not want to be called that. But those kind of times, you have to prepare for down times. So let me just summarize what I'm saying. Things that we need. Empathic support system from our families and friends. You can imagine a father telling their child, I saw one father telling the child that, you are the one chopping all my money, I have other children to train. Please, I cannot be paying hospital bills every day. If this is going to cause depression on us. Or you get to school, your own assignment is always late. What is happening? Why are you always sick during exams? It's discouraging, honestly. Then in the workplace, your boss is telling you things like this. So for entrepreneurship, if you want to go into things like that, you're like for me now, I had to learn to be a shoemaker. And early in the beginning of my business, it was quite challenging. I lost a lot of major clients because I could not deliver on deadlines. I didn't have capital to start the business. So the model I was using then was I would take orders and then go back and work on them and deliver. So one particular time, I'll take deposit for the others. So one particular time, I took 50% deposit and I went to Lagos to get the materials and to stay there and work on them. I had a crisis. And for like 3 weeks, I was in hospital. And I gave them 3 weeks to deliver. I did not deliver, and those people were so upset, they said they would stop buying from me. So communication matters. Try to make people understand that so and so time. Try to build a support system, a team that can work around the clock, a loyal team that can work around the clock to help you deliver on downtime. So that is where business structure comes into place. Then for hospital, Dr. Shoyombo mentioned opioid dependence. For God's sake, I'm 39 years old. I'm going to be 40. I've somehow, alhamdulillah, managed myself to take, let's say pentazocine is the culprit here, where people blame you. I need penta when I am having severe pains. But then you get to hospitals, they tell you, sorry, we don't give sickle cell patients these medications, we don't give sickle cell patients, they live in pain for hours, for days, for God's sake, just because you are already stereotyped and being as a drug addict. We need you to please understand such situations. Gauge the mindset of the person. Gauge recurrent habits before you make such conclusions. We really appreciate if medical practitioners could do that. And then health insurance especially. When the convener of this event gave 100 NHIS slots to sickle cell patients, like that was a wonderful initiative. When I'm talking about 90s, 80s, when I was battling with sickle cell seriously, I'm still managing it, but then it was so bad for me that there was no health insurance. So my parents were going broke, constantly paying medical bills. My mom, of course, had to look for other means to take care of me. And we were living in Lagos, so we found Oriaka, unicorn leaf. She used it as a blood booster. I thank God for my support system now. Like my husband, if maybe, let's say my period is about to start, you say, have you bought ugu leaf? You wash it and mix it with malt or milk and drink it. Sometimes I just drink it like that. So my blood level at those periods are boosted. If not, before, every single month, I was always on admission. But now it's much better. Then pregnancy, before you get married, you have to have an understanding with your spouse. These are the number of kids we have. Yes, we say that you cannot necessarily control the number of SS patients that are going to be born because of genotype, a lot of AS being born. I insisted that my husband had to do some tests for me to ensure that he was A. Because I know what I've gone through. How would I feel taking care of another SS child? I won't be happy to do that. So health insurance is something that would really help. And apart from us even having NHIS or health insurance or just any health insurance, it has to be robust. You get to the hospital, they are saying, sorry, you've overused your admission days for the years. I've been bounced at the hospital at 2 a.m. because they said I've overused my admission days for the year. Or you come, you gather money and pay one robust, nice NHIS health insurance for the year. And then they tell you they are having problems with the hospital you are using. So therefore, you cannot use it. So these are things the government should help with us. Please, the Minister of Health, we want you to look into that for us. Sorry, I didn't know you were sleeping. We appreciate your presence. I appreciate your presence. And please, these are things we want you to look into for us. Make NHIS robust for us. Talk to HMOs, health insurance companies, to please look at their policies. You come and they say that you have pre-existing condition. It is simple say they are targeting. We are not taking you on. Or your own bill will be too much. For me, I suffered all of that. During pregnancy, it was terrible. My NHS did not even take care of me well. So for my next pregnancy, that resulted in a stillbirth. So my next pregnancy, I had to pay out of pocket for another HMO. That HMO, they took care of me for a while and then they started complaining. Then I had a series of complications. It's not easy. This thing causes a loss of economic productivity. Because at the end of the day, money that you budgeted to do a business or to do one thing or the other gets drained into health. Your family, the health, their finances gets drained into health. So please, these are things that we need to work on. And we'll appreciate it if the health system, the Minister of Health, can look into this for us. Empowerment schemes especially. Please, sickle cell patients, learn a skill. Learn a skill. We are still facing the same challenges that normal youths are facing. Lack of employment, everything. But yours is worsening because of the peculiarities of your health. So for God's sake, it's not every day you start asking for GoFundMe, please help me. Look, the person that pays for your hospital bill today, pays tomorrow, pays there, they'll get tired. They'll get tired, and that's why I always encourage have a skill as much as possible. It helps because yes, we have jobs that you go to and then they pay your bills. After a while, they tell you that, oh, you are falling sick too much and things like that happen. No. So thank you very much.
Please, can we make that round of applause louder? Thank you so much. As I mentioned earlier, I'm also a warrior. My story is long, so I will not say it. But I want to use this opportunity to thank particularly medical practitioners. The doctors, the nurses that attend to us at those moments when things seem bleak and helpless. May God bless you all. I would not say I've had any nasty or unpleasant experiences with them. All of them have practically been heaven sent. And may God bless them all at their work. So a round of applause for our medical professionals. Now, I will use this opportunity, as the time is going, of course, we'll keep recognizing people. We have recognized Madam Shehu Olaiton Mohammed for putting this activity together, for convening us here today. But we'd also like to recognize the Board of Trustees of Some Sickle Cell Foundation. We're recognizing Momo Mujidat, who is the member. Also, Mohammed Madinat, another member. Please clap. We want to recognize their efforts. This was a joint effort. Fagbeni Ayuba is also a member. And Mohammed Abdul Rahman Tosi, who is the secretary of Some Sickle Cell Foundation. Please let's have a clap offering for them. Thank you very much. So, if you're following your program of events, you see that this is the time we have for goodwill messages. Yeah, I know we're not able to, be rigid with time because we started a bit late. But I will be calling at this time the representative of the Chief of Staff, Nigeria Air Force, to kindly give us a goodwill message. Please, the goodwill messages will be 3 minutes each. 2 minutes each. speech, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished members of the High Tech, the convener of this program is the Sheikh of Aiton Mohammed. Other protocol fully observed. My name is Daniel Akman, Air Commodore. I'm the commander of the Nigerian Air Force Hospital, Abuja, and the Chief of Air Staff. Mine is not too long because we military we speak very quickly. We keep it short and simple. The Chief of Air Staff is unavoidably absent with this meeting. So he has asked me to come here in a very short notice. For that, he sends his good message and his congratulations for convening this timely program. Let me say what we think about this, because when I came in, I saw first national dialogue. That's the first national dialogue. First, initially I would thought, are we not coming too late? Then I said, no, better late than not at all. But finding out that it's in the period that was this, I think this is recommended, something we should be proud of. So thank you very much for calling this thing at this time. The Nigerian Air Force as an organization, we are selected because we are warriors, physical warriors. We don't have really many people that come to the surface of the problem. But we have found them because the law is blind. You see, the law is stronger than death. With all this we are talking today, people still pay for the sales in Sickle cell, AS, pairing of AS, and sometimes, oftentimes, they resolve this SS, the Sickle, and the warriors. So, what I'm going to say today is that we should continue to advocate, talk to one another. Those that have the capacity to assist, they should assist. The professor that delivered the lecture did so well. And actually passed through Amalaveli University as the house officer. Actually, started from Amalaveli University as an house officer. I think I've come across in one door. I wouldn't say. There is one thing he actually said, though it's not part of the book, but said that you don't need to remind the sickle cell person of the status. Please permit me, because sometimes we need to say that reality. These are very intelligent people, but sometimes very stubborn. I'm a gynecologist. I've asked over time to look to 1, 2 children, okay, because each time you go through labor, the labor, pregnancy labor is actually a very stressful condition. And you talk to people, they say, you are not God. You can't determine how long. I'm not going to determine, but it's good to say the reality. Each time you go through the process, you go through crises over and over. Sometimes you give a counseling. People say, oh, they won't accept. I think we cannot stop talking. We should continue to talk. For those that can assist, there are other means. The individualization, when you pre-genetic diagnosis before you transfer, embryo you think is good. I think those that can afford, please let encourage them. And those that can afford stem cell transplant, please let encourage them. But let be very careful that people in the country selling things for stem cells. Stem cells, you can buy a lot of them. Stem cells, the big projects. I know we met Professor Bazwaye, University of Benin, even University of Benin couldn't maintain the program. Professor Bazwaye was frustrated, he couldn't maintain it, it's expensive thing. But you hear people organizing a conference like this and say they are selling stem cells. No, that's not stem cell. Please, if you want to know the stem cell, look for those who have the knowledge about the stem cells so that you don't buy things that will not help people. I think this is where I want to stop, and before I go, so I want to congratulate you once again and express the goodwill message of my chief of staff. Said he program like this because he's somebody that loves helping people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, sir. A uniformed man and a gynecologist. I never would have guessed. It's a good thing he said. So a round of applause for him. I'll also be calling on the representative of the Comptroller General Nigeria Customs Service to give us his goodwill message. 2 minutes, please, sir.
Good afternoon. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol, 2 minutes. I will just present my goodwill message and he wrote it himself. And it goes thus. I congratulate some Sickle Cell Foundation for organizing this national dialogue on this very pathetic issue, sickle cell disorder. I also deeply appreciate the foundation for its stated commitment to the enhancement of the total well-being of the sickle cell patients in Nigeria. With the worrisome statistics we have been given from the sickle cell disorder, it is indeed a great work for humanity and for our country to step in to address the burden of sickle cell patients. But aside the figures, many of us have at one time or the other seen the sickle cell patient in throes of pains and other torments. And many of us have seen them die, often prematurely. Many times, despite the best efforts of modern medicine. In addition, to think that the fate of these dead persons is in some way a consequence of the ignorance of the expression of potential parents and not a fault of theirs makes the story even more heart-wrenching. This very much underscores the need for aggressive premarital counseling as the best preventive measure. So I am truly thankful to the organizers for inviting Nigeria Customs Service to this worthy event and look forward to a very productive dialogue. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure this audience that with the mandates, we shall be willing and glad to offer any assistance that will make better the condition of persons living with sickle cell disorder and the overall narrative of this problem in Nigeria. Nigeria Customs Service is therefore available to partner with some Sickle Cell Foundation in this noble cause. Thank you for your kind attention. Customs Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. A bigger round of applause for him, please, as he makes his way back to his seat. So at this point, I will be calling on the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Aliu Trust Foundation. She is here by herself.
Good afternoon. I would like to say a huge thank you and congratulations to Madam Chief Muhammad. What you are doing here is why I particularly appreciate this project. It is sustainable support for people living with disabilities. You are starting with 100 people. I hope that eventually we can reach all 5 million. It means that people who cannot afford things as basic as Panadol can walk to the hospital and get the help that they need. This kind of help is priceless. I hope that those who we are seeking support from can please come together to support this project. The Aliu Trust Foundation is with you in this, seeking others as well to support. Thank you for gathering us today. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything that you do for people living with sickle cell disease. You are supporting them, their families, and their own support. Thank you.
Well, that was short and sweet. That's a bigger round of applause. informed men in sequence, but somehow that didn't happen. At this point, I'll be calling on the representative of the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Sir, you are most welcome. Thank you for honoring us with your presence.
Honorable members of title, I bring you felicitations from the Commandant General and Defense Secretary and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abdullah, MNI on the sports national day organized by the STOP, collaboration of theme, better life, person. So, as a matter of great honor and respect that the Commandant General have personally been here to raise, however, we can inability to attend the education by some unavailable guests by the President. Very pleased to say that the thing better life, that is art. Salute the thought of the organizer and service for such a thing. As declared by some official foundations, the store been going by the report of the village which has been that Nigeria has the highest prevalence of civil service of 40 million naira of the trade and 150,000 born annually disease. From the WHO civil service like it for disaster. And looking at the disorder, vis-a-vis the mandate Nigerian Secretary and Civil Defense for the supply and part of those that are here towards mitigating the complications of those already suffering disease, and also to sensitize the public to preventing them, as well as civil service. The Commandant General has directed adequate deployment of NSPC medical departments comprising medical doctors, pharmacists, nurses, labs and scientists, etc. to join in the fight against this disease. Recall that in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, NSPC mobilized all health and medical personnel to wage war against the pandemic. I assure you that no energy is spared in sensitizing the populace about this disorder. On that note, we are very proud of this initiative, and that initiatives are going to be part of it. And within the limits of the resources available for. Thank you for your rapid attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we're still taking goodwill messages, and the next person to speak is the representative of the Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps. Representative of the Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps. Is he present? Okay. Please give him a round of applause. He's not at the high table with us, but he's joining us from the audience.
Honorable Minister, your President, member of the High Table, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The Corps Marshal, the Federal Safety Program, would love to be here present. Very much unfortunate he has other shortcomings, which made him unavoidably absent. And they asked me to deliver his good news message by telling you the truth. I sincerely appreciate this very initiative. It's a life-saving program. I would have loved to be here in person to see to it. Very most unfortunate, as I rightly said, he was unable to make his way here. He said issues like this, when he talks about issues of life, I think is in need, because road safety is a program of life saving also, how to make our road safe as far as Nigeria is concerned. And he asked me to tell you that, of the truth, whatever you feel road safety should do to make this program a success, don't hesitate to call upon us any day, any time. Thank you. God bless you.
A very heartwarming message of encouragement there. We thank the Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps, and his representative for that wonderful message. At this point, I'd like to call on the representative of the Chief Medical Director, University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, to step forward and give us his goodwill message.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to sign I want to bring greetings from the Chief Medical Director, University of who is absent. Want to pay homage to the teacher, honor, taught me what graduate level, actually like second born. Gave back so many consultants across modern Nigeria. Yeah, she gave back actually gave us peace at the same time. So we need time. The CFD congratulations for putting up together this national dialogue. Very, very important. Non-governmental organizations, sickle cell support, very critical stakeholders of management of sickle cell. And we provide advocacy and so many other forms of support in sickle cell disease patients, which the healthcare providers alone, and government alone cannot provide. University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, Special Hospital, and we have so many specialties that take care of sickle cell disease patients. We know it's a chronic disease and it affects all the organs. So we have all the specialties in the teaching hospital that can treat and manage their complications. Though we are not praying that they should not even develop those complications in this place. So we have a robust adult and pediatric sickle cell clinics programs, and we have a lot of researches going on. We have a sickle cell disease registry that is actually a pan-African registry. Nigeria will be able to record close to 10,000 sickle cell disease patients in that database. And that is helping a lot in research and intervention programs. We also have an ongoing newborn screening program here in the FCT. We are screening newborns all over the FCT, about 25 centers, primary healthcare centers in the FCT. So we encourage public to always take their children to those primary health care centers where they give immunization. We use the immunization platforms to do those things. So it's an ongoing program. So far, in the past 2 years, about 8,000 newborn babies have been studied. Then we also have a free whole blood count for patients who come to the clinic. We do full blood count for them free of charge. Then we also have an FLSS machine. It's a special machine that is used for blood transfusion. Sometimes the sickle cell patient have so much sickle cells in their body that they need to actually remove those sickle cells. The machine does it, and then it's called an exchange blood transfusion. We have that teaching. And then a lot of clinical trials are ongoing. In the past, drugs would be developed in not countries, not now, a lot of pharmaceutical companies have seen the need to do these trials in Africa. So the teaching hospital is also a center where so many of those clinical research trials are going on, and it brings a lot of benefits to the patient. So we encourage warriors to come around and participate in these clinical trials and to make use of all these facilities that are available at teaching hospital. Once again, we want to thank the convener, and we say that it's a very great work that is doing. So we hope to continue to collaborate together. The hospital is available for collaboration anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was the representative of the CMB University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. I'll now call on the representative of Rural Homes Limited to deliver their goodwill message. The representative of Rural Homes Limited.
Good afternoon.
Did anybody hear what he said? I was standing at the podium, I didn't hear. Should I give him the mic again? It's a mix, sir, please, just at least you came. Let people even hear your voice at all. I didn't hear it, I didn't hear what you said.
I would like to commend the show for this very easy because it's a good thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the shortest goodwill message, but it was coming from the heart, so I know that it hit the right spot. Let's give everybody who has given a goodwill message a round of applause, please. I feel as if some of us are getting tired. Yes, there's one last goodwill message from somebody who is not physically present, and the Prof wants to read it out. So I'll just pass the microphone to her. After that, we'll take questions and
Please, I'm on an error. Dr. Rukayat Ibrahim Tijani is a warrior. She has a PhD in library science. She's 41 years old. She's a mother and a wife. She sends her special congratulations to the convener, all those who have contributed to this success. And she also tells us as an education that we should seriously consider Montessori approach in getting children to schools now to get an education, because it takes the child to get an education at his own pace. It's student-centered. And to this point, she has developed some Montessori systems that she would want to share with us over the not too distant future. But until then, she sends a special regard and best wishes to the organization.
thank you very much. Well, apparently I was trying to close the goodwill messages and had left somebody critical out. I'm inviting Mr. Bitrus Fraden, who is representing the Director General, NAFDAC, to give us his own goodwill message.
Thank you very much. I would like to beg the attendees to stand on the existing protocol since time is not on our side. I will go straight to the message of the General. She said, I must congratulate and commend SOM, Sickle Cell Foundation, for this very important service they are rendering in our society and nation, that is caring for persons living with sickle cell disorders. I want to note here and recall my personal experiences with sickle cell disorder. 2 of my nieces suffer from this disorder. For this reason, I spent 5 years of my research work on sickle cell disorders. My first niece, when I got to know, I placed her on a herbal and traditional remedy, which she has been taking for the past 20 years. She does that, she doesn't miss her medication at all. She is doing very well. Her sickle cell crisis have reduced 70 to 80%, no side effects. She is married and with 2 children. The second niece developed ankle sores due to the disorder, which was not healing with treatment. She was also placed on the same herbal preparation and the first, and the other one to take care, and another one to take care of her sores. The sores got healed within 2 to 3 months, and she went back to her work because she had stopped working before, and she went back to work. So from here, she said, lesson learned. We must keep researching in medicines to manage the disorder. Researchers need to partner with our traditional practitioners to make use of our local remedies to the point of conducting clinical trials. The persons living with sickle cell disorders need our support in every form. Is it empathy? Is it love? Is it care? Understanding, guidance, financial support, and whatever you have. I thank you and wish all participants in this dialogue a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And that's where we wrap it up with regard to goodwill messages. Now we're heading into our interactive session where we'll be taking discussions, contributions, questions and answers. As for refreshments, I forgot to give them the list of the people that were not clapping, so it looks like everybody got something. But it's something that I'll keep at the back of my mind going forward. If you didn't get refreshment, please show by raising your hand. If you didn't get refreshment, please show by raising your hand so that you can still be attended to. I can see 3 hands up. So those that are passing refreshments round, please come into the hall and identify people who have not received refreshments so that you can attend to them. So, okay, so like I said, we're in the question and answer session, we're in the discussion session. Experts are still here. You might be wanting to get clarification based on something somebody said. The pharmacist is here, Prof is here. So if you want to ask questions, this is a good time. But the entire session will not last more than 15 minutes. So if you want to ask questions, this is a good time. Or if you want to make a contribution, just by raise of hand and the microphone will be passed to you. Anybody? Yes, there's somebody over there. when you get up, introduce yourself and then go to the point.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mrs. Josephine, and then I want to appreciate the organizers of this event and at the same time make my contributions and ask my questions. We want to appeal because this program has actually helped us, especially with from what we heard from all the medical personnel and those that spoke. We've been encouraged as warrior. I'm equally a warrior, and we've been encouraged with the fact that it is not actually a death sentence. It's a challenge, but not a death sentence. And then the practical aspect of this that it touches us as a sickle cell warriors, I want to just encourage school owners, like has been spoken on the platform, that they please allow advocacy in their schools. A lot of school owners, especially private schools, they don't encourage you coming to their schools to talk about sickle cell matters. And I think this needs to be done. Then secondly, for families, we are going through a lot as sickle cell warriors. And then sometimes there are things we say and we hear that actually gets to us. In the issue of marriage, you see a lot of this. Even when the spouse is AA, you see a lot of discouragement. Sorry, one of my questions is actually for Aja. Sorry, ma'am. You see a lot of discouragement from families. Even when the spouse is AA, they keep telling them things like, I remember when I wanted to marry, he was discouraged in every way, despite the fact that he was AA. In fact, people were telling him if he was in his right senses. But God was good, and we got married, and the marriage will be 25 years. And I'm happy. And then, Aja, sincerely speaking, I was so grateful that your talk came up, and then I recorded it. First and foremost, I want to ask for your permission that we will be able to share this recording, especially to warriors, because that has become an affordable and something practical to us. Knowing that with food, with this, sincerely speaking, in reality, an average warrior cannot go to the hospital and afford it now. That is the reality in Nigeria. You can get to the hospital, but you cannot access. We are able to access consultants here because of a program. But actually in the hospital, it is very, very far-fetched. Now, is it possible for us to share what we have taught here on platforms and social medias that are sickle cell based, number one? Then number two, is it possible to actually access your teachings? Because the real fact of it is that we are going through a lot of pains. This morning I came late because I was in pains. Even people think as you grow old, you don't go through. I'm over 50. But I still go through this medication, but I avoid analgesics. So sometimes I'm on the floor, it helps me. I've known what works for me. Please, is there a way we can access some of these your teachings? Because there are a lot of network selling about things to us, and I discourage a lot of them because we really don't know the foundation of it, but we know it is network. Bring one and bring two, bring three and sell four. And sincerely speaking, we'll be grateful if we can access. But I know outside it might be on TV that I will see. Thank you.
Very much. You caught me when I was on my way out, but I cherish it because that was why I came for this program. I was not even supposed to be in this country, telling the time, but I kept on praying that I would want to come to give knowledge that I have. I have a lot of knowledge, and I felt that this is a knowledge that people need to get to know. Though you think it's strange, but it's really very, very worth it. So I don't mind. A lot of my submissions I shared on platforms. It's just that at times I don't indicate the source. Even during the COVID-19, a lot of my remedies were online and people use them a lot. So you can use that. But I want to caution you that buy any products, herbal products, people will say buy to like you talked about stem cells, talking about stem cells.
people will come telling you they are selling you products of stem cells. Please be very careful. They just want to exploit Nigerians because we easily like things that are foreign. We just buy them, and the way they tell you is if you buy the stem cells now, within 1 hour you are back, you are finally cured. No, these are wrong things. I would advise that look for correct information, and I'm calling for my department. You know, I'm from the Federal Ministry of Health. It's a very new department because we felt that there was a need to bring and promote traditional and complementary medicine. WHO has recognized it. So don't hesitate to come to the Federal Ministry of Health, Department of Traditional and Complementary Medicine. We can always advise you and even tell you the source of some of the products. You know, when they come to Ministry of Health to make presentation of their products, try to look at certain criteria so that we can recommend consumers that based on our knowledge, you can go for this. But we even try to make a single therapy. You see, as you are not expert in plants, you can do your single therapy. Get your moringa leaves, dry them, don't allow them to dry directly in the sun, do shade drying because you get the nutrients. You can teas that contain one or single plant that you know. Okay? Moringa can be taken as tea. Cinnamon is very common. And these are they are well scientifically researched. Cinnamon promotes blood circulation. So these are things you can always have as a sickler. Let me take my cosmetics, call them your herbal cosmetics, so that you have these things that concise you. The ginger, you can have the powder, you can go for the essential oils of the same products, and you can apply them, like I said, on your joints wherever you have pains. While you must not also forget to visit the hospital. It's very, very important. What I'm telling you, I'm giving you very important. You are in touch, constant touch with your hospital and your expert. I'm an Orthodox trained pharmacist, but I realize that Orthodox is not the only way to go. It is not and not the only way to go. You must open your mind. Medicine is dynamic. Learn a lot from other aspects, because this is what the Chinese I keep on saying and the Indians are doing. So let us also learn. But the way we can learn more is to see those practitioners. Not that person has said it. We have a scientific approach. What they know is traditional science. Then we modify it into modern science, considering some aspects of toxicity, safety, and quality. I think I've been able to answer your question. Thank you very much.
If there's another question, please go straight to the question. Kindly go straight to the question. 1 minute.
Hello. Hello, Isabel. And thank you very much for all you are doing. They are so consistent. Bella Foundation take over the years at Federal Secretariat. Every second Friday of June, distribute products. I'm a beneficiary. I had 5 sitters and all still here, one is 26. Not easy. It's not. We don't. It's excruciating. So I thank you. Absent for 2 days. Exactly, that's what we do. We are not doing anything. So that's the way that we can jump and take class. Companies or private sector can work. Technology. Thank you very much for this. We are great.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other contribution or question? If it's a question, please go straight to the point.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muteli Mohammed, a member of Sickle Cell Warriors Awareness and Support from to the warriors. Warriors within ourselves, we ourselves so much. We are being stigmatized by the public, by the society. Though it's not easy to live with us, but it's easy when you sympathize with us. Though we don't like being sympathized, but we prefer being empathized. So The warriors among us, we love ourselves so much to the extent that some of us feels like, why not we sickle cell warriors? We should marry each other because of the kind of love we have for ourselves, we really appreciate ourselves when we are in sickness or when we have crisis. We love to care for each other. We love to share what we have. Oh, of recent, a friend of ours is sick, and all of us were all like, oh, what is wrong with this? What is wrong with this lady or that? Then it's financial support that she's lacking, but she couldn't open up. It was one of us that said, do you know that even in her house, they don't have food to feed her properly? So we task each other that, okay, what can you bring? You can afford this, I can afford that. Okay, let's join our hands and help her. With the kind of love we have within ourselves, immediately if someone is down, you hear, okay, where are you? Are you close by? Please, can you assist her to the hospital? Okay, I have normal saline with me. I have cannula, this and that. All of us will make contributions like that. So it's these feelings that we have among ourselves. If this person is down, she'll be like, okay, maybe this is the last time we'll be seeing each other, and that's what we encourage each other that sickness is not the end, because we have others that live for years. So that love that we have, you see, we don't do gender. Like if a lady is sick, a guy can go to her house and
I'm sorry,
bring her
I need
help.
to interrupt you. Somebody wants to ask a question and the pharmacist.
Wait, please, this is just it's just a message to the warriors. Please, let's keep encouraging ourselves, love ourselves, appreciate our parents and friends that we have, and let's be thankful to God that, okay, this is a test to us and we accept it, and we pray that it should be a source of happiness and eternal happiness that will come to us in God's name.
Is this a question for the pharmacist? Is this a question for...
My name is Aisha Tadarufu.
Is this a question? Okay, so the pharmacist can leave. Can she leave? She was already on her way out.
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay, all right.
So, thank you so much to my brother. So, thank you so much to my brother, the team at the Sickle Cell Foundation and Yakubu Gowon Center for this very inspirational dialogue. I have learned a lot, and for us, this is something that has been, long in coming and would add to the discourse, especially when it comes to couples who are about to get married. At Master Coach Coaching mentioned how we actually encourage couples to take seriously the testing from the genotype. We can actually reduce the incident, and also for this sensitization reduces the stigma attached to the warrior. I want to say thank you so much to all the warriors, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the young lady also want to speak?
I think she just wants to say thank you to everybody, right?
Thank you. We're having some challenges with our microphones. Is there any other question of
Everyone, just to congratulate the organizers. Something that will really enhance the lives of warriors, something that interests me. I am representing here a foundation that was set up 18 years ago when I lost my child in England. In spite of all the care, they still went
for the organizers to follow the pharmacists so that we can pass the kind of message to people abroad. I'm sure that it will really come in handy to help the lives of children who are suffering in other parts of the world. Black children, we make it sound here as if it's a Nigerian condition. It is worldwide. So let us try, with the help of government of Nigeria and well-meaning members of the public, to follow through this first national dialogue that has been set up today, to reach out to other people so that we can bring succor and comfort to the lives of people suffering from sickle cell anemia. The name of the foundation, which we set up 18 years ago, is the Sickle Foundation. We are actually soliciting for people to donate blood, but now I'm having to change of direction. Because if the national will go that way that was suggested by the pharmacists, I think we can really go a long way. We can also come together and help one another. I don't know whether raising funds will help, but being very dynamic about the kind of approach that was suggested by members of the high table will go a long way in alleviating the suffering warriors that they are called here in this country. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you very much, madam. And that will be our last contribution. Please, you have just 1 minute. In exactly 1 minute, I'm cutting you off. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Bentley Emmanuel. I am a sickle cell warrior and a sickle cell advocate. I'm also...
You don't want to expose yourself to too much heat or too much cold in the event you didn't know that. Also, stress, mental and emotional stress can trigger a crisis. So to the extent that you can help it, do not put yourself in situations where you are placed under undue stress if you can help it. It goes without saying we're in the dry season now, so loads of water, more water than any other kind of fluid actually. More and more water. Okay, so for those of us who registered and appended our email addresses on the registration forms, you will be receiving some of the material that has been used here today, including the communique. So all right, and with that closing remark, I'll again thank you for your patience, for having stayed with us for this long. I want to again thank the convener of this event in the person of the chairman, Son Sickle Cell Foundation, Malam Shehu Olaiton Mohammed. Please let's give him a round of applause. A louder round of applause, please. Because I know that quite a number of us have picked up pieces of information here that will make a difference in our lives. My name is Devan Hamation Mom, and I have been your compere. I'll now kindly ask the DJ to help us wrap up the event with another rendition of the national anthem. So if we can still get to our feet, if we can kindly get to our feet for the national anthem, please. Thank you very much.
These are all so I have to use your phone. HP don't allow, I can't find any laptop. What? If it's Mac, I know Mac laptop, but HP, I'm not sure they have laptop on that. So I have to use your phone. What are the so the clear. So you just scroll through. I want to as a video, so let me see.
Yes, yes.